7th.
How about January? Yeah, that says November right here. You gave me the wrong script. And I failed. Call the meeting to order at 6:31 or 2, or depends on whose clock you're looking at. Roll call, please, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Here.
Mayor Infante.
Here. All right. Jake Figueroa, can I ask you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you. He's got that down, didn't he? Okay. We're going to start this evening with a few proclamations that we are going to make for different organizations. So we are going to start with the Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Okay, that's that one. All right. Whereas human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that occurs in every state, including California, wherein the victims are forced to work in various forms of labor, exploitation, including, but not limited to, commercial sex acts and other services that are induced through force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas, due to its isolated and discrete nature, many individuals across the globe are unaware of the trafficking exists in their communities. And whereas it's estimated that more than 28 million people around the world are victims of human trafficking. And whereas human trafficking victims face a cruelty that has no place in a civilized world. It's a crime that can take many forms and one that tears at our social fabric. Diseases are common humanity and violates what we stand for as a country. And whereas increased education about how to identify human trafficking along with increased knowledge of in-state resources and services for those affected by criminal exploitation can help decrease the number of future victims. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force is committed to using all applicable laws and resources for investigating human trafficking and prosecuting those engaged in it, and whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force has worked diligently to bring awareness to the fact that human trafficking occurs closer to home than one might think, that California ranks #1 in the country for reported human trafficking cases, that Santa Barbara County is home to hundreds of survivors of trafficking and exploitation. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is an opportunity to recognize the critical role of all Santa Barbara County residents play in preventing, reporting, and adjudicating these heinous crimes, now therefore it be resolved that I, Mayor Mark Infante, along with the City Council of the City of Solvang, California, do hereby recognize January 2024 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month and call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand, caused the official seal of the City of California to be affixed this 22nd day of January 2024. I lost my. I think we have Ann McCarty.
Yes,
There we
here.
are. First, let me present this to you and see if we can get a picture taken for our records. Randy, are you taking the picture? Sure.
This is like my 5th proclamation I've accepted this month, and you're only my 2nd picture, so I'm gonna do it, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Let's do this. I don't know how you want to do that.
There we go, how about that?
Sparing no expense.
All right,
Thank you.
there's yours, and
Oh.
I'll take some of ours.
One more. Perfect. We don't get many opportunities to celebrate, so thank you. Appreciate it.
I appreciate what you do.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Ann.
May I say a few words?
Sure. Yes, please.
So, Mayor Infante and members of the City Council, thank you so much for this opportunity. It truly is a humbling experience to be able to stand before you tonight. As you know, my name is Ann McCarty. I'm the Executive Director for the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center. But tonight, I come humbly before all of you as a member of an amazing group of individuals working in Santa Barbara County on the issue of human trafficking. This tremendously well-skilled collective of organizations with members from law enforcement, supportive service providers, and community advocates, just to name a few, take on the seemingly monumental task of dealing with what is the scourge of human trafficking. Our teams provide leadership, make data-driven decisions, train relentlessly to raise public awareness, focus on investigations and prosecutions, and most importantly, we take a victim-centered, trauma-informed approach to providing the most comprehensive services to survivors. None of these collaborations would be possible without the efforts of each and every entity, and we all do it with a passion. As you stated, January is nationally recognized as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Being recognized by the City of Solvang with this proclamation does indeed send a loud message to all that you as leaders are fed up with what is the underbelly of trafficking. Lending your voice to our work is incredibly powerful, and we are deeply grateful. Risk factors for trafficking have really been exacerbated in the recent years. Loss of income due to the pandemic, rising housing costs, food insecurities, you name it. An exploiter is going to use any tactic to trap and enslave a victim for their own personal gain. Truth be told, we've been heard that traffickers think that there is less risk in trafficking people than there is in trafficking drugs. I heard a great statement, not that it's great, but I heard a great statement the other day that said drug traffickers know that once that drug leaves their hand, there's no more money to be gotten. But a human trafficker has a person that they can sell over and over and over. But let it be known that this county and let it be known that our county has taken a hard line in its approach to finding and prosecuting such cases. And sadly, the reality is that there are individuals being routinely sold for commercial sex or unpaid bonded labor within our county, and quite honestly, within the City of Solvang. Our path forward is only possible through all of our collective efforts. In 2017, when we began collecting some hard data, I can share with you that there have been 243 human trafficking investigations. Since 2017, 217 new survivors have been identified, with 27% of them being minors, and an additional 33% between the ages of 18 to 24. Additionally, 42% were Santa Barbara County residents prior to trafficking, and 91% of those individuals were sex trafficked. Trafficking is insidious, and it knows no boundaries. The bottom line of tonight is simple. The City of Solvang is integral to our work. Without leaders such as you helping us shine a light on human trafficking and making a profound statement that says, "Not in my city," those that perpetrate these crimes would be led to believe that you are complacent. But you aren't, and we need for you to continue to be our thought partners, our eyes, our ears, and the leadership we need moving forward. Continue to take a stand. Traffickers work in the background. They bank on people being quiet. They think the victims are nameless and that they won't be missed. We're here to state that none of that is true, and together we will continue to make a difference. So once again, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for recognizing the Human Trafficking Task Force of Santa Barbara County. Thank you for recognizing the work that the North County Rape Crisis Center does, but we don't do it alone, and we thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann. Appreciate it. Mr. Nicholas Sanchez, you had something that you wanted to bring up on this subject, sir?
Good evening, honorable members of the Solvang City Council, esteemed guests, and fellow citizens. My name is Nicholas S. Sanchez, and I am the current president of a social media campaign and soon-to-be established club at Allen Hancock College. And today I stand here to discuss a critical issue, and that is human trafficking, and to share an initiative that we are directing currently to make a difference right here among our community. Human trafficking is a plague to humanity that lurks in the shadows of this society. It is a global problem that knows no borders, affecting millions, including many in the state of California, as the proclamation accurately mentioned. Therefore, I commend this city council and the mayor in making this known, this proclamation, to spread light on such a devastating issue that we're facing. So ABC's message is very simple and it's powerful: to raise awareness, educate, and advocate against human trafficking. We believe that knowledge is the most potent weapon in this fight. And so therefore, we're taking an initiative to educate our students and the staff at Allen Hancock, and we're inviting all of you here in attendance, and the city council and you, Mayor, to a meeting, our first meeting on January 31st, 2024. This event is not just a meeting, but really it's an expression of unifying our voices together as a community from all diverse backgrounds and demographics and walks of life. We extend this open invitation. Our meeting will include discussions on how we as a community can contribute to this fight. We're going to share resources, ideas, brainstorm together, pose strategies on how we can effectively combat this issue that even sadly affects our campus up there. So we cannot turn a blind eye to human trafficking. Together we have the power to make a difference, to protect our children, our women, and our men of this community. So please, let us unite in this cause. Let us be the change we wish to see in this world. And I certainly look forward to seeing many of you there at our inaugural meeting as we work together to eradicate this issue of human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I have a proclamation. Pardon me. I have a proclamation for Scout Day and Scouts BSA Week. Whereas the Scouts BSA has served youth and families in Solvang for many years, and whereas the stated mission of the Scouts BSA is to prepare young people to make ethical and moral choices over their lifetimes by instilling in them the values of the Scout oath and law. And whereas Scouts BSA offers scouting experiences for all in the family unit, and whereas the Scout law states a Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. And whereas more than 110 million young people have learned Scouting's lessons of patriotism, courage, and self-reliance since Scouts BSA founding 114 years ago. And whereas the Scouts BSA is committed to helping millions of youths and families succeed by providing the support, friendship, and mentoring necessary to live a happy and fulfilling life. And whereas the Los Padres Council of Scouts BSA is committed to providing exceptional service to all units within Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, including Solvang. And whereas Scouts BSA requires an Eagle Scout merit badge titled, quote, Citizenship in Society, unquote, which focuses on the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion, and ethical leadership. And whereas February 8th, 2024 is recognized as the 114th birthday of Scouts BSA. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, Mark Infante, Mayor, along with the City Council in the City of Solvang, California, do hereby declare February 8th as Scout Day and February 4th through 10th as Scouts BSA Week in Solvang, and recognize the enrichment that Scouts BSA has added to the countless youth and families in Solvang. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and have caused the official seal of the City of Solvang to be affixed on this 22nd day of January 2024. And I'd like to present this to the LPC Council President, Doug Scout? Scout? Scott? Well, okay, I'll get it misspelled. So you got here a little early, and everything worked out okay?
Can we include all the scouts in the photo?
Absolutely.
Where you want to be in? Okay, got it. All right. Photoshop you in later. Everybody smiling? All right, now a couple for mine. 1, 2, 3. All right, perfect.
Thank you. Pleasure meeting you. Getting my steps in today.
Yeah.
Got a couple more to do, too. Okay,
If I may, just
Certainly.
quick words. So my name is Carlos Cortez. I'm the Council Scout Executive and CEO. And I just want to thank the City of Solvang for this great honor in recognizing the work that our Scouts do to improve our community and the work as a council we've done for over 105 years. Your acknowledgement of the importance that our dedication to our youth being the best versions of themselves and becoming the future leaders of our country certainly inspire us to do more and do better. So again, thank you for the work you do, and we look forward to our continued partnership.
thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I want to thank the Scouts and all that they do for our community. I don't know if you recognize it, but they also provided a flag retirement at our Christmas tree burn, and we appreciate that. And we can always count and call on the Scouts almost any time for any community event that we have, and without hesitation, they're there. It's much appreciated, and congratulations.
Very well said. Thank you. Okay. Also, tonight, we're going to make a proclamation about the Black History Month. Whereas each year Black History Month is observed in February, and whereas the origins of the Black History Month date back to 1915 when Dr. Carter G. Goodson founded the organization known today as the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And whereas observing Black History Month provides opportunities to gain a deeper understanding of the African American history and acknowledge the centuries of struggles for equality and freedom. And whereas Black History Month also celebrates, pardon me, the achievements and contributions that African Americans have made in shaping our country, society, and communities. And whereas every year the Association for the Study of American Life and History sets a theme for Black History Month, and the theme for 2024 is African Americans and the Arts. And whereas this year's Black History Month theme is as a call to recognize African American artists, poets, writers, visual artists, and dancers who have historically served as change agents throughout their crafts, who use their crafts to uplift the race, speak truth to power, and inspire a nation. There's something wrong with my throat. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Mark Infante, along with the City Council, City of Solvang, California, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as Black History Month and urge all citizens to join in the month-long observance. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the City of Solvang to be affixed this 22nd day of January 2024. The gentleman who had been requesting this, and at the front of this is a professor down at UCSB, and we will make sure that this gets to him. Thank you very much. All right. We're not done yet. So the California Nature Art Museum proclamation. So you might not have heard this name. A couple days ago, I was at an event at what was previously called the Wildling Museum. That museum has changed its name, And I read this proclamation to them and dated it on that specific day, but I wanted to make sure that the people of this city got to hear what was going on. So allow me to make this proclamation. Whereas the Wildling Museum was created in 1997 by founder and Santa Barbara artist Patty Jacquemain. I'd never say that quite right. Thanks, Stacy. Whose vision, and I met her, by the way, at the opening over there, a lovely lady, she's just terrific, whose vision was to use art exhibitions as a way to bring attention to the importance of conservation of natural lands. And whereas the mission of the museum is to inspire stewardship of the natural world by inspiring a love of nature through art exhibitions, education, and programs. And whereas over the past 23 years, the museum has curated over 100 exhibitions to creatively explore and promote this mission, along with the offering of hundreds of programs, classes, hikes, movie screenings, and more. And whereas the museum has served more than 150,000 visitors since its inception, both locals and people from all over the world. And whereas the museum has grown and expanded its facility and now owns its building, helping to secure its financial future, and whereas in January of 2024, the Wildling Museum is being relaunched as the California Nature Art Museum in order to widen its scope to the amazing natural wonders of the Golden State, and most especially our beautiful Central Coast. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Mark Infante, along with the City Council of the City of Solvang, California, do hereby proclaim the invaluable efforts of the California Nature Art Museum and encourage all Solvang and community residents to embrace this treasure. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and have caused the official seal of the City of Solvang to be affixed on this 22nd day of January 2024. And I'd like to ask Stacy to come accept this, please. The Director of CalNet.
Just a few words. I know there's lots of proclamations tonight. Thank you so much to all of you on the council and Mayor Mark Infante for this recognition as we rename and rebrand. It's been my honor to be at the helm of the Wildling, now California Nature Art Museum, for 14 years, and we've had a lot of change and growth in those years. And we're so happy that one of those big decisions that we made in 2013 was to move here into Solvang, and then buying the building and paying that off early in 2022. A lot of big accomplishments, and I think with those being done, our leadership felt really ready to tackle the name. And it's been a point of confusion for many people over the years, unless you really know and love us. And a lot of people thought that there was a Mr. or Mrs. Wildling, and they must have given us a fortune and bestowed all kinds of art on us, and no, that did not happen. Or it was just a word they didn't know, and so they kind of, glazed over a little bit over it. It is a word, by the way, that means wild animal or plant out in nature. So it's a wonderful word. It's an appropriate word, and now it's the name of our first floor gallery and not the signage on the outside of the building. And we're just excited to be able to relaunch as something that we think is going to be a little bit more understandable and meaningful to our visitors and our community. And by the way, we're not at the end of the alphabet, so we appreciate that as well. We're very grateful to the city for support over the years as we've changed our signage as well. And we're already finding that more people are finding us. California is an incredible state. It's a complicated state, which we all know. But probably the least controversial thing about this state is the nature that it holds and the incredible diversity of landscapes and ecosystems, which means an incredible diversity of wildlife. We are a global biodiversity hotspot in the whole world. California is one of those few places. And so that makes us super proud as the California Nature Art Museum to be able to talk about those stories and through art and bring those exhibitions and programs to life here. So we've got lots of programming coming up. I've left you a little calendar of things that are coming up, and we're just so proud to be here. And thank you all so very much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Appreciate it. As part of our Danish heritage in this city, we wanted to make one last proclamation, and this has to do with the changing of the monarchy in Denmark. So allow me to read one more that is for us. We have sent letters reflecting this to the King of Denmark. City of Solvang, California proclaims January 14th, 2024 as a celebration of His Majesty King Frederick X of Denmark, recognizing the Danish royal succession. Whereas this proclamation recognizes the Danish royal succession which occurred on January 14th, 2024 by marking the date as, quote, His Majesty King Frederick X of Denmark Day, unquote, in the city of Solvang. And whereas the city of Solvang, California has enjoyed a long-standing relationship with Konghuset in Denmark, my Danish pronunciation is weak, a relationship that spans more than 84 years. And whereas Solvang's first Danish royal visit was by His Majesty King Frederick IX and Her Majesty Queen Ingrid in 1939, followed by visits from Her Majesty Queen Margaret II in 1960 and 1976, and His Royal Highness Prince Heinrich in 1976 and 2011. Whereas, upon the Danish royal succession of January 14, 2024, the city of Solvang congratulates His Majesty King Frederick X of Denmark, as well as Her Majesty Queen Margrethe II of Denmark for her succession to the throne to His Majesty King Frederick X after 52 years as Queen of Denmark with a remarkable, successful reign. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Mark Infante, along with the City Council of the City of Solvang, California, do hereby proclaim Sunday, January 14th, 2024, as His Majesty King Frederick X of Denmark Day in the City of Solvang, and recognize this honorable relationship with the royal succession, and look forward to continuing the relationship with His Majesty and the royal family, and warmly welcome them to the City of Solvang, quote, the Danish capital of America. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the city to be affixed on this 14th day of January 2024. I didn't sign this. This one I haven't signed yet.
Is the king here to accept?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Anna Marie.
If I may add, now Denmark has had as many Fredericks as it has had Christians.
Is that right?
Yep. And attend.
Common name?
It's the oldest kingdom in the world.
Wow. What can I say?
Thank you.
I didn't know that either. Yes, sir.
I would also like to thank Anna Ferguson of Stiletto of helping us compose the wording for both the letter and this proclamation.
Thank you. And in extension to that, Anna was working with Rennie Kerskov, who helped write this letter. Just as a side note, Rennie and Elsa Marie got married recently with Ted Danson on his private island. It's another story. Okay, moving right along. We have a presentation on marketing update. Ms. City Clerk, if you would introduce that, please.
Thank you. Our presentation is from the Tourism Marketing 2023 update from our marketing consultants.
Start with John, I believe.
So this is designed to be a very brief presentation of our year-end, as much of the numbers as we can that we have. John is here from TJA. We also have Anna here to answer questions, and the gals from IDLET are available online, Jamie and or Leanna. I see Jamie, I don't see Leanna, but anyway, they're available to kind of encapsulate what's been going on, and take it away, John.
Okay, thank you. I know you've got a big meeting tonight, so I'll be brief, but appreciate seeing you all. I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for approving our contract. I didn't have that opportunity since it was a consent agenda item, but I wanted to thank you for that. As you will recall in the staff report that you received relative to our contract, there was a pretty extensive strategic marketing plan that we included in that. And in that, as you probably saw, defined a mission statement, branding statement, some strategic imperatives, as well as both short and long-term marketing goals and objectives. In there was the target audiences that we're focused on, key demographics, creative and media strategies, recommendations, website strategies, social media objectives and strategies, and of course, most importantly, the budget, clearly defined and spelled out by tactics. And this will help us serve as a roadmap as we go forward on how we're going to be handling the marketing and helping Solvang achieve all of its goals. And also, we're in the midst of finishing up the dashboard, which I had promised to you some time ago, and pretty much have that composed now. We just have to start simulating how we're going to collect all the data to put in that. But this marketing plan will also be housed within that dashboard, so all the Solvang constituency can see it, the lodging properties, restaurants, business owners, that'll all be there clearly for them to see what how we're proceeding along with the marketing.
Is that going to be part of the Solvang USA website?
It will be what it will be is actually be like a separate website, and it'll be password protected. So
okay.
that password will be distributed obviously to the council, to the city staff, to all the constituents, businesses, inside Solvang. So it's mainly for the Solvang proper, not necessarily for the public
Entire
or for
public.
the visitor.
Thank you.
It's nothing proprietary, but it wouldn't probably be of as much interest to them. And then also in that, as we get TOT figures, sales tax revenue, all of that, whatever the council wishes to put up on that dashboard, we can do that too.
Very good.
So I'll just start, basically over the past 6 months, we've had a good collaboration between the City of Solvang and TJA, and it's been proved successful. As you all know, we've delivered you a cutting-edge website that was designed within the time frame that we had been promised, and also within the budget. And as you all will recall too, there was some great need of expediting that because the present website was having many issues. And as you all know, that website actually went offline right before we went live with our site. So coincidentally, that worked out really well because we were able to go into the holidays with a really charged website, and I'll share some of those numbers with you. We also have a prosperous collaboration with Islet and Stiletto working together to reach all of our goals and also not to have any redundancy in efforts. We've executed a fully layered marketing approach campaign in the Bay Area, which is now concluded, and I'll share a little bit of success with you, but this was to increase lodging occupancy, business, restaurant patronage, and also promotion of Danish Days and Yule Fest. And we also crafted a couple videos that you have all seen, and also along that way between the time of July and to the end of the year, we've been able to simulate a pretty good portfolio of photography, film, and this will be good be used for PR assets as well as for next year when we approach Danish Days and we approach Yule Fest. We'll have fresh new footage, which we didn't have before, so we're going to be working ahead for that. Going forward, which is, of course, very important as well, we have an ongoing website maintenance, and we'll be also exploring new website opportunities, which will also include design enhancements. And we just had a meeting recently with Randy and Candace to discuss what some of those priorities might be, and we're mapping that out about 3 months in advance. Of course, it's always subject to change, but this will give us an idea. We're working on the homepage right now with some new redesign. Management of social media platforms, including Crowdrift, the newsletters, the blogs, and paid social media advertising that it relates to social. Graphic design, we're producing all the creative, advertising, video, and photo production for this next year. We will have several campaigns that were outlined in our contract, and then also just comprehensive branding strategies to further the brand of Solvang and its many positions. I mentioned about the campaign we did, which was during the shoulder season. This was targeted in the Bay Area with Bay Area News Group, and we targeted homes of 150,000 combined income, wine lovers, golfers, foodies, outdoor enthusiasts. Promotion of key events was also a component of that, as I mentioned, the Danish Days as well as Yule Fest. And also the underlying main call to action was lodging referrals and increasing lodging referrals, which thereby, of course, increases TOT. We fill up the hotels, we fill up our restaurants and our businesses as well. And just from that campaign, and I have a fairly detailed report that I'll be presenting to Randy, and I'm sure he'll include that in your reports as well. But we had over 1.6 million impressions. We had over 26,000 clicks to the Solvang website. And again, this is related to the 2 events as well as for the lodging referrals. And as you can see on the screen, I thought it would be good to compare last year's numbers, because really when the website that we handled and that we produced for you really didn't come online till early fall. So just looking at what this website did between November and December, this is also during our advertising campaign, also covering the 2 events. So website sessions last year at this time were 230,270, which was about 3,700 per day. This year we had over 316 website sessions and over 5,000 visits a day. So you can see that that's an increase of over 85,000 people who didn't come to the website last year came this year because of the marketing and the searchability of the website and functionality. And then lodging referrals, again, which is we've always said is an important component of our marketing for you. Last year we had 10,800, and this year we had over 12,000 referrals. These referrals to the lodging properties directly from the website. And that's an increase of over 1,200 with an increase of 12%. And so this will all be, this research and as well as the results of the campaigns, that'll all again be posted on the portal. So everybody will be able to see as we do a campaign how we did with that and what the goals and objectives were for that. And then lastly, you look at YuleFest, we promoted this very, very heavily through marketing as well as through the website, as well as our paid social ads, as well as all the work that Anna did with her company and Islet as well. We had over 160,000 page views for the YuleFest. In 2022, we had 7,000. So you can see that's a dramatic increase. And I think from what I heard from people in the city and from staff is that it was a pretty successful holiday season. And I believe TOT is doing pretty well. So we'll keep hoping to do that in the future. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions for anybody in the council? That was excellent, and everybody I talked to said we've had a tremendous season.
Great.
Hotels, businesses, everything.
I do have a question.
Sure.
On the contact pages, when in the website there are emails, there's one for info, there's ones for special events. When people email us via the website, who is in charge of receiving those?
So we've set up where Candace and Randy's staff cover those events. So when people have an event, they go through them for that. And then we also have a website database, which I failed to mention. We've sent out several newsletters. So that's another one that we would fulfill through the database that we have through the visitor serving website.
Okay.
Our visitor serving newsletter.
All right. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're collecting a database of email addresses for users who visit or participate in the newsletter. That's great.
We're increasing. That's another part of the marketing effort is to increase that website, or excuse me, the newsletter database. And we do that through paid social ads as well as encouraging them through our campaigns.
In the visitor center, they have the FAQs that they go through that are consistent throughout the season and whatnot. Do you get copies of those? Are you using that for content or for additional search?
We do, and Anna, I know, has been communicating with the visitor center quite a bit. And as Randy has mentioned before, we have meetings every other week that we talk about, the 3 marketing groups talk about what we're doing and complementing each other's efforts. And so Anna's been able to give us some of those reports as well. But again, that's very valuable information to have by all means.
Any other questions?
The only thing I have is the Saturday 9 days before Christmas, and I've only lived here for just under 20 years. I've never seen Solvang that crowded. And just getting from Alisal to Fifth Street and Mission, you would have thought we had a bike race or some huge event in town. And living down in the Alisal Glen, cars were parked all the way down to the golf course. So I'm sure the residents of Midtown would love you to scale it back a little bit, but the city as a whole, I've never seen it that crowded. It was nuts, even at night. I wish pedestrians were a little bit more aware of that cars are allowed in this town, because it was almost like Main Street in Disneyland, just walking here and there and everywhere, but it was really exciting to see.
Well, and as to the citizens, because, you know, I live in a tourist town and represent a tourist town, Pismo Beach, and we know how rough it is for us. Our Yule Fest time is summer, where you guys, you know, for the holidays, but we are going to be trying to do more shoulder season advertising, more midweek advertising when things are slow, so we can, you know, absorb some of that, and also have some resident serving events too, that residents can take advantage of and enjoy too. Because we know that it's sometimes a sacrifice to have these tourists who help pay our bills.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to point out that Jamie is available online. Jamie, did you want to add anything briefly, or do you have any questions for what they've done? Unmute Jamie Weeks, please.
Is Anna here? Anna's here. She's hiding in the back. How about, well, it seems she's offline. Ann, do you want to ask Anna?
Anna's here as well, so
Yeah.
I don't know if you had any questions for her. I just wanted to point out, John briefly touched on it, and following up on Councilman Clark's comment, we have some preliminary numbers regarding TOT, and that's some of the smaller lodging venues. And the numbers they've submitted for December are 2 to 3 times what they were the year before. So we don't have the larger ones. We don't have final numbers yet, but the results are very encouraging.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, if you wanted to have a good idea, go to the Christmas tree lighting.
Right.
Where we filled the entire Central Park with people.
Right.
That place, it was amazing.
So I don't guess Jamie has any comments. She hasn't unmuted, so. And then Anna, again, if there's any questions, please forward them to me, and I can pass them along since they're not responding.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, let's go to public communications for non-agenda and consent items. Ms. Clerk, if you would introduce that, please.
At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and on consent. Time limit is 3 minutes. We will start with in-person public comments first.
Thank you. Let's start off with in-person.
Jamie's raised her hand, so she apparently hadn't unmuted her.
Hi, I'm so sorry. The host wasn't allowing me to unmute, so while I was trying to say I'm here, I couldn't unmute or show my video.
So, okay, you're on now. So do you have anything you want to add to what John mentioned, or any commentary about your experience over the holidays?
Yeah, we sent over a presentation that I would love to just touch on some highlights if I'm able to. Or would you like me to just verbally go over?
Yeah, just go ahead and give a quick summary.
Sure, you got it. So just some high-level highlights that I wanted to point out from the past 6 months, from July to December of 2023. I'm really happy with the growth and the numbers that we were seeing across organic social media. Just on Instagram, we had a gross follower count of over 9,000 followers and over 2 million organic impressions. Facebook, which we started from scratch in summertime, reached over 1,700 by the end of the year followers, as well as 1.5 organic impressions. So that's eyes on the page that we just started, which I think is a great number for growth. And then on TikTok, thanks to an all-time account top performer video, which was a Yule Fest promo, that helped us gain just under 1,000 followers in just that 6-month period. And about 9.5 thousand engagements. I'm sorry, 9,500 engagements. So I just wanted to point out those numbers. Some top performers we're seeing are Things to Do, events, the architecture, of course, Able Skeevers. So everything that's in line with what we're already showcasing, we're going to keep along that through this new year. For Yule Fest, there are some numbers that I wanted to highlight too, just some data between November 6th and January 6th alone. Across all platforms, it garnered us 5,700 total new follows, over 600,000 total people reached, and over 53,000 total profile visits. So that's so many eyes and awareness and people learning about Solvang and Yule Fest. Previously, when we were on the account in 2020 to 2022, TikTok wasn't as large as it is now. And I've definitely seen an increase in videos and people interested in coming to Solvang and learning about Yule Fest and seeing just how Christmassy this town is and wanting to share it with their followers. So that's been really cool to see this year. So thanks to our Yule Fest prep and gathering the assets, creating new video promotion from previous year's content, assisting Anna with influencers, offering her suggestions for deliverables, all of that helped garner all of this interest, which we're excited to share. Other than that, I will just leave everything to the presentation so I don't bore you with numbers.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
I have just one question, Jamie, since we pointed it out. And thank you for all the material that you provided, all the contributors to the marketing summary. It's pretty detailed, and I want to make sure everybody knows. We looked at it. And the social media seems to be the area that is also on fire. So thank you for all that work. But just a special question on Facebook, since you acknowledged we are rebuilding our connections with our Facebook user community since this summer. It grew, I think you said 1,700, but what is our total to date in the Facebook community followers now?
I would have to pull it up. I want to say
fine.
it's just
It would be great,
it's
you could
just
get that
under
to Randy and he can feed it back to us, but I think it'd be good to just status the health of the Facebook recovery.
All right.
Yeah, definitely. We're just under 2,000, I'd say, because we didn't start the account too much earlier than when this, what I was looking for the numbers in this presentation. So we're about there. And honestly, with the state of Facebook, this is a very, very healthy growth for Facebook because it has been seen just platform wide, the engagement and the follows, it's not as large as what it used to be.
Any other
Yeah,
questions?
very happy with it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Jamie.
thank you.
Okay, let's go back to public comment then. Again, these are comments that are not on an agenda item or on the consent calendar, for non-agenda and consent items, sorry. The first one I have is Mr. Al Cortese.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the council, my name is Al Cortese, and I've resided in Solvang for 10 years. And as I said at the last council meeting, Solvang's quiet, peaceful, small-town, single-family home character has been seriously degraded by construction of many multi-unit apartment buildings. The worst, by far, is the monstrous environmental, lifestyle, and aesthetically disastrous proposal to construct 109 apartment units in three-story towers on a steeply sloped 5.8 acre lot at Site C, now zoned for 2 units per acre. This monster project appears to be proceeding under the so-called builder's remedy provisions of 2019 state legislation that may not be applicable to it, but that's an issue for another day. However, this proposal is so bad that it will not pass muster even under the standards of this new legislation, the builder's remedy provision. In fact, I'd use up my 3 minutes just listing the reasons why the city must find, and here I'm quoting from the California Code, Section 65589.5, B2, that the proposal, quote, would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety, and there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact without rendering the development unaffordable to low and moderate income households. Consider just one of these many reasons. Access to the 3 apartment towers is limited to a driveway ending in a cul-de-sac dead end, which feeds off of Hillside Drive's entryway to Mission Oaks' 80 residences, a few yards above the no exit Old Mission Drive. Picture an emergency, a fire, a flood, an earthquake, with the several hundred residents of the 109 apartments and possibly the 80 residents of 80 residences.
Wrap it up.
May I continue?
Yes, please, just
Thank
wrap
you.
it up quickly.
Trying to leave while emergency vehicles are attempting to enter on this one driveway cul-de-sac. Clearly a design for disaster. Honorable members of the City Council, please listen to the voices of the almost 2,500 residents who already have signed a petition opposing this disastrous development in order to prevent the developer's attempt to circumvent existing health and safety, zoning, density, height, parking, environmental, historical, and housing plan requirements. You, council members, are not legally constrained by this new law. You just need to make specific findings supporting your opposition. Please permit us to work together with you and your excellent staff during this process outlined by law.
Thank you very much, sir. I
Supply
appreciate your
the,
input.
to help supply the preponderance of the evidence required to forbid this monstrous development.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Lansing Duncan?
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, I'm talking about the same thing that Al has just spoken about, Site C. This developer doesn't like members of the public to ask questions about development or comment about development. It's because of that that he had his attorney write the state, asking the state to deny Solvang's housing element. And as he did so, he sought to discredit your public open planning process, which much of it should occurred right in this room, and to caricaturize members of the public who sought to engage in the public visioning process and consider how Solvang could best provide affordable housing as NIMBYs. Okay? The same developer now takes advantage of the opportunity given because there isn't a certified housing element to submit his builder's remedy proposal. The same developer directed his equipment and crew to start excavations on Mission Oaks property without warning Mission Oaks Association or the residents that they were going to do that. The same developer has had the same attorney who wrote the state write me with a threatening cease and desist letter because I chose to point out to this crew that they were on Mission Oaks property and they should have informed Mission Oaks before they started that. Now I note that on your major project site on the website, which I thank staff for providing, there is some specific language about don't visit this site, you would be trespassing. Well, the interesting thing is this developer is accusing me of trespassing when I specifically wasn't, but it was his crew and equipment that were trespassing on Mission Oaks property. Please, don't write this developer a blank check to impact Solvang residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lansing. Elizabeth Breen.
Hi, Mayor Infante, Council. Thank you for, I probably need 1 minute. I come with an invitation that I emailed earlier. I wanted to come in public comment so the public could hear this also. So I am here as the association executive of the Santa Ynez Valley Association of Realtors, and we are sponsoring a nonpartisan, and I'll say that twice, nonpartisan forum for the 3rd District Supervisor candidates on Tuesday, January 30th at St. Mark's from 5:30 to 7:30. And we would really love to see many members of the public attend this event. We will not be taking verbal questions from the audience. If members of the public have questions, they can bring a written question at that evening, or they can go to our website and email questions in advance. So we won't be taking any verbal questions, and I want to make that really clear to people. It's a time constraint issue. So we want to make sure that everyone has a chance to answer several questions. Each candidate, in turn, will answer the same questions. But we're really doing this because we want to provide the public with information and the opportunity to hear directly from all 3 candidates before that March 5th primary. And I'll leave some flyers out in front, and I'm happy if anyone in the audience wants me to hand one to them, I can do that too. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. This has been a interesting some of the preliminary comments from the 3 candidates for that position. So I would think that was going to be an excellent forum. Okay. City Manager's Report and Advance Calendar. Oh, we have somebody on Zoom? My apologies. I didn't ask if there was anybody else that hadn't submitted a report that would, or a comment that would like to make a comment. No? And nobody on Zoom? Doesn't appear that way. All right, excellent. All right, Mr. Murphy, you're up.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to point out, if you could put on screen here, consistent with what was just commented on by one of the speakers, this is our new website. It's our website, and this is our new portal. Go to the City Hall, come down here to Planning and Building, and if I can operate this thing appropriately. I hate touchpads, by the way. Now what happened? Okay, so operator error here. So the idea is we have this website that is, okay, take it off. We're going to have technical difficulties here. We do have on our website, city website, if you go to Planning and Building, there is a portal that will talk about all major projects. Currently, we'll do the GPAC, or the general plan update, the project on Site C, and I don't remember what the other one was, but Raphael is here quickly to talk about what that's about and maybe address any of the comments that we've heard tonight. Raphael.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council. My name is Rafael Castillo. I'm the Planning and Building Manager for the City of Solvang. We created a major projects web portal to provide information on the major projects that we have ongoing in the city. As Randy mentioned, the general plan, Site C, which we've uploaded the project submittal for everyone could see, as well as our comment letter that we provided to the applicant, and that's available at that portal, as well as a FAQ section in regards to what is exactly the builder's remedy, other jurisdictions in our county that have received such applications, such as the City of Santa Barbara, unincorporated Santa Barbara County, City of Goleta. So we are in the same boat as many other jurisdictions here in Santa Barbara County. And then the final one, which residents may have received mailers, is for our rezone sites B and D, featured in our housing element, to which you adopted in late December. That's out for certification by the state. We heard back from the state of California, from HCD. Everything looks very positive, and we're expecting certification hopefully by January 31st. So that's something to note. But these websites have been created, again, as a portal for transparency. Site C, I understand, is a very emotional project for a lot of residents. It's a very large project, but at this point, it is basically an entitlement project, so it needs to go through the motions. That includes resubmittal, review by city staff, and then kick it back out to comments to be answered based on that review. So it is a long process. It's not overnight, so be patient, but we will be working diligently with our existing general plan and zoning ordinance to review that project and bring that before the required public hearing bodies. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer those.
These are all currently submitted projects that have gone through Planning Commission, or just submitted? What's the status of these projects?
So the major projects are just projects that are considered, from a city staff perspective, they're submitted in some way, shape, or form, but there's an actual application in hand and it's in processing. So for sites B and D, that's a city staff-led project. We do submit an application for ourselves. There's an environmental review that's available on the website. For Site C, an application was submitted, so therefore, right there, that we're including the submittals that we have on file.
How many of the ones that have been submitted in the past will be put on there?
None from the past, so we're just doing future on.
Future on.
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a compliment, Raphael, good call, making better visibility on the status of those projects, more public-facing and accessible through the existing website. So good, just a nice way to present facts to the public.
Thank you. And again, this is about transparency. Nothing behind closed doors, nothing behind the scenes. We're being transparent as possible to adhere to the planning process and the commitment that was given by folks like Lansing as a part of the GPAC. And so, again, this is a full effort in transparency with these larger projects that would affect everyone here in the city of Solvang.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
So,
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Raphael.
continuing on with my comments, city manager comments, I wanted to point out a few other things. So, you may notice we have a new city attorney present, and certainly different than the previous one. And we are in the process, we were going to do the process tonight, but I identified a couple of procedural things that we need to do. So she is here. We will take care of the formal process at the next council meeting. But Chelsea is here in place of David Fleischman, and we thanked him for his service at the last council meeting, a month and a half ago, or whatever it's been. So the idea is Chelsea is here. We're also, I wanted to point out, kind of reformatted the agenda a little bit, and we'll do it again even a little bit more at the next meeting to address some changes in legislation about making sure, especially because it's an election year, people that may have contributed to others that either on the council, may be running for council. That's AB 1439, I believe. SB, sorry, 1439. And so that'd be an opportunity for you as council, or to make sure that you're not in any potential conflict. This is, again, a new law, and Chelsea might want to make some comments about that. So take it away, Chelsea.
Sure, happy to, and happy to be here with you all. So thank you. Look forward to working with you going forward. And don't worry, Dave's still around. He actually will be making a brief guest appearance this evening later, so don't worry. It's on. Yeah, here I can lean into it more. There we go. And so just briefly on the SB 1439, you might have also heard it called the Levine Act, or the pay-to-play provisions. These rules were in place before, but they've just now become applicable to local elected officials like yourselves as city council members, not just appointed officials. And so we're going to provide more training as the year goes on, but the main thing to keep in mind is that when a proceeding is pending, so think of a proceeding for a license, a permit, or other entitlement with the city, that includes like contract approvals, things like that. When that's pending, or for the 12 months after you make a decision on a proceeding, you as an officer cannot accept, solicit, or direct a campaign contribution over $250 from a party or to the proceeding or a participant with a financial interest in the proceeding or their agents. So there's a lot of elements to that. I'm happy to go through that with you, offline if you have questions. And then the second big piece of that is that if you receive a contribution from a party or a participant with a financial interest in the 12 months prior to a decision, you have to disclose that contribution on the record before the decision is made in the proceeding. And so this is where the modifications to the agenda come into play. And if you aren't able to you can give the donation back if it's within 30 days, but if you're outside of that period, you do have to recuse yourself from the decision. So it's going to be important to track your campaign donations and be aware of where you might need to disclose or recuse yourself. And so on the on the agenda, you'll see that next time during your council comments and requests section, that will also be an opportunity for you to report any contributions that you need to. And just to make it easier, we're also going to move the AB 1234 reporting up to that same spot. So you just have one point where you can report out whatever you need to report. And then there are parallel requirements for parties and participants that they also need to, if they are making contributions and if a party is making contributions, campaign contributions, and they have a proceeding before the city, that they are required to disclose that contribution on the record of their proceeding as well. So that's why you see at the top of the agenda, there's a disclosure paragraph now for that first page of the agenda. That's supposed to help give parties and applicants notice of their responsibilities as well. So again, there's lots of nuance to these requirements. I am happy to walk through any questions you have, hypotheticals, you name it, but I'll leave it there for tonight. And then Randy's probably going to get to this, but just a plug to do report the meetings that you attend that are subject to that AB 1234 reporting. It's a nice one, you're supposed to do it. It's a requirement, but also it's a nice opportunity for us all to hear what you're up to. So outside of the city council meetings. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
What we're up to? Yes, sir.
So to kind of continue with that thought, like she said, SB CAG meeting, REACH meeting, 3CE meetings, other committees that you might attend, sometimes public events like a chamber mixer. Those are all things that could be, arguably should be disclosed in AB 1234 reporting. As far as the new Levine Act, pay to play, we are trying to coordinate a training for the council, for both of our committees, commissions that are Board Brown Act required, so that, and that'll be coming up soon. We don't have a specific date yet, but we'll be requesting your availability so we can do that probably at one shot. A couple of other things real quickly. You all know we were recruiting for a marketing coordinator, and we've offered, and she has accepted. Candace Libera is our new marketing coordinator effective today. So she is, as you've heard during the marketing report, that and Councilman Clark commented on it again, that this is the busiest, for people that have been here for a long time, the busiest Yule Fest we've ever had. Candace had a major part in that, so thank her for that. And this is, I look forward to working with her and getting even better. So,
but now we have to replace her?
I'm sorry?
Now we have to get somebody to replace her current
In
position?
recreation, yeah. So we will be recruiting for that position. So if you know anybody that has a recreation, she'll continue to do both for a shorter period of time, but, or short period of time, but hopefully we get somebody in there soon. Wanted to comment, excuse me, park host. We are going to be releasing an RFP, request for proposal, for somebody to be the park host at HCA. We have historically had somebody live, there's a mobile home on the site. We've historically had somebody live in the site, and we thought we would open it up for RFP, potentially get somebody to contribute a little bit of funds in addition to, you know, free rent or discounted rent, take over duties, opening, closing the park, doing some of the things there. That information is all spelled out in the RFP, and we'll be releasing that soon. And should close before, you know, like the last week of February. So if you know somebody, it's a great opportunity. So keep an eye out for that. Also wanted to share with council and the public that we recently, a month or 6 weeks ago, subscribed to a service that is helping us identify Airbnb, Vrbo kind of businesses in the city that are not submitting an appropriate amount of TOT. It is a requirement, it is in our code, that the businesses submit TOT. So we'll be bringing the item to council possibly as soon as the next meeting, asking how they wish to handle a situation where individuals are in at least some cases knowingly, arguably fraudulently, not declaring this and defrauding the city of the TOT that they should be charging. So there are some options. We'll bring that at an upcoming meeting. And I just wanted to publicly state now that people can be prepared, be aware that we're going to work to find an amenable solution, but ultimately we'll be collecting more TOT. And that's all that I have for now.
Do you want to make reference to the upcoming goals sessions?
Oh, right, thank you. So March 9th, it's a Saturday. We it will be at the
Craft House?
Craft House, one of the conference room at the Craft House. The council will be there, obviously, senior staff will be there. Public is invited, it is a public meeting. Lunch will be provided for people who participate in the meeting. And that will be there probably, we haven't secured or determined a for sure start time, but 9 or 10 in the morning through the lunch hour, figure 4 hours probably, maybe 5 altogether. And be an opportunity to establish some goals and for purposes of the budget process this year. Thank you for that reminder.
Questions for the city manager? No? Okay, then that brings us to what our city attorney has just said that we're supposed to do. That is the council comments and requests and disclosures according to, this is written as different numbers than you gave us. It says GC 84308.
That is the corresponding government code section where SB 1439 was codified.
This is why we have attorneys. Yeah. I can't keep up with all the numbers. All right, so council members, disclosures. What we used to do is AB 1234, kind of in that area. Anybody have any disclosures? Yes, sir.
Last week, I attended the REACH program at Santa Barbara, Hilton, or is it the Hyatt Regency?
Bacara.
Bacara facility
It's called.
with Mr. Murphy and council member Arona, Claudio Arona, and learned about the North County and the growings of the demand for jobs and placements and future planning for the launches and all the different things going on that make up our ecosystem. That was one. And then next Friday, I've RSVP'd to attend a awards ceremony at the
Vandenberg.
Vandenberg Space Force Base at the invitation of Colonel Shoemaker. And that'll be the 26th of January.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, so like you said, I also attended the REACH conference, and I think this is a multi-agency collaboration that identifies the Central Coast as a hub for technological advancement and possibly development of an industry here, and it wants all of us to work together to see how that development can benefit our community, whether that translates into jobs or, diversification of the market, the economies that we have. And again, everybody's hurting for housing. There's jobs. There's not a lot of housing available. And I will also be attending on Wednesday on the 24th, the point in time count. This is a count for the local population of people that are experiencing homelessness, and Solvang is part of it. If anybody wants to join, we are still looking for volunteers. I will meet you at People Helping People at 5:30 in the morning. It's over by 9 o'clock. This count will help us identify, the need that there is, and it will give us data so that local agencies and, government bodies can make better informed decisions to deal with the problem of homelessness. So I hope to see some of you out there this Wednesday.
Thank you.
I just have two things quickly to report, which is which is really dusting off, going all the way back to our last December meeting. But I did attend the holiday mixer for the Chamber of Commerce sometime in December. Quite a blur, but there were some holiday sweaters on display. And I also attended last week the monthly update on the SURF program for the waterway offering of homeless alternatives for the homeless populations in the county's waterways. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, anything?
No, sir.
Okay.
I've been sequestered.
A question?
Sequestered.
Oh, sequestered. Oh, probably a good thing. Miss Attorney, what do we report? So, for instance, today I was called before the grand jury. Do I report that?
No, the 123, AB 1234 reporting is tied to meetings that you've attended that the city is paying for your attendance. So the expense needs to be reported, and then at the next public meeting, you report your attendance at that meeting. So it's not just any.
City hasn't paid for any of my meetings. Seriously.
Yeah, you get a stipend. So that's the scope of AB 1234. Now, this is also general council comments, however, so if there are other items you'd like to add, that's fine.
Like Ms. Arona had said, we've been doing a lot of things since the last meeting, and I attended the chamber meeting. I attend SB-CAG meetings, APCD meetings, SB-CAG North Regional meetings. I was at the presentation to CalNet a couple of days ago. Those kind of things happen.
Chamber board swearing in.
Oh, the chamber board, thank you. That's right. You were there. I was at the.
I was there
I forgot
too,
all
yeah.
about that. I had to swear in the board of the Chamber of Commerce over at the Alberhoya, that meeting. So these are things that I do all the time, so it seems a little silly sometimes, but.
Yeah, I think the concept is things you're doing on behalf of the city. Not necessarily things you get compensated for, although that would definitely be something, but you're representing the city, and as we've talked about, privately, I think it's good that the community knows that you all are actively engaged in a lot of different things, and helps educate them. Partly that, somebody that might decide to run later on isn't surprised by all the things you've got to do.
Yeah. One can claim surprise, yes. Okay, so moving right along then. We are in council comments, you have, yes, sir.
Just real quick, I wanted to thank the marketing team and all those that put together the Yule Fest. There was a few unintended consequences with that success, and I find that to be mostly parking, restroom maintenance, and traffic. And I think between those, those are good problems to have if we're that successful, but we'll need to work on those for future.
Thank you.
And I also have one more comment because we didn't cover this during the presentations, and I think this is very noteworthy. The Solvang Visitor Center did provide a report on the most asked questions, and this is very telling, particularly for the business community. This is really good information to have because it tells you, what the guests are interested in. For us, for the city, it also tells us what potential problems we're dealing and what, we can do to better, to enhance the experience that our guests have. And I would commend the Higa House for doing this, and I would encourage them to continue doing it because it's incredible. It's incredible information.
It is. It's very good. Thank you. Yes, sir.
And just real quickly to address Councilman Brown's comment, we've been made aware of those, but if there are any other comments from the council, we are in the process of kind of after action, download, postmortem, whatever you want to call it, regarding the Yule Fest process and holiday season. We've got comments from the Visitors Bureau, from the folks that were involved, and we'll be looking to figure out how we can address those issues so that next year is even better than this year. So to the extent you or the public have any comments or suggestions, we're certainly willing to listen to them and want to address them.
Thank you very much. All right. In that case, let's move on to item number 3, which is the consent items. Madam Clerk, if you'd present that, please.
Consent is for routine administrative city matters and is approved with one motion. These items are discussed only on request of council members. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak during the public communications portion of this agenda.
Okay. Do we have anybody on the council that wants to pull anything off the consent agenda? Or if not, can I have a motion to approve it as it exists?
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. I believe that takes us to, we don't have any public presentations, so we're going to go to item 6, is it? 6A. This is the San Ynez Valley Eastern Agreement area, groundwater. Okay. All right, hold on just a second, please. Randy, are we going to do this now, or do you want to push this one?
No, Dave. Dave's
There he is. Ah.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm apparently not able to start my video, but I am here. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
We're going to put you on screen here in a second.
Okay.
Part of the, whatever the hate stuff was going on, we've got people blocked from the start, but we can unblock you. I think, I hope. We're working through that technical difficulties. Okay, we've got.
There we go.
Dave, we have you on screen.
Good evening, council. It's good to see you. Happy New Year. The item before you this evening is the discussion and possible action to provide staff direction on further negotiation of a joint powers agreement for the San Ynez Valley Basin Eastern Management Area Groundwater Sustainability Agency. I'll be using a lot of acronyms in this particular presentation. They're all in the staff report, and you should be able to follow along, at least with the acronyms. If you have any questions as we go along, obviously feel free to chime in. But this is kind of an overview of where we've been, where we are, and where we're going with the EMA Joint Powers Authority Agreement. Back in 2014, the state legislature passed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which imposed upon groundwater basins throughout California certain management responsibilities, and those are carried out by groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs. Back in 2017, the city of Solvang, along with the San Ynez River Water Conservation District ID1 and the Conservation District Parent District, as well as the Santa Barbara County Water Agency, formed the EMA, the Eastern Management Area, for the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And there is a map in your staff report showing where the boundaries of the various water basins are. So the EMA GSA has the responsibility for overseeing the groundwater quality, quantity, and just all issues relating to the groundwater within that particular Eastern Management Area. There are two other management areas, the Central Management and Western Management Area. Those are not at issue tonight. As part of the formation of the EMA GSA, there was a memorandum of agreement that the parties entered into that contemplated a joint powers authority or a joint powers agreement to be entered into later. In fact, the quoted section in your staff report from the MOA did say that the parties would intend to implement a JPA by January 31st, of 2022, which is a year and a half ago now at this point, almost 2 years ago. We still have not reached the JPA stage. We have been involved in negotiations for that agreement for quite some time. We've had multiple meetings, both among the attorneys for the various public agencies, but also the staff for those agencies. And so there are a number of areas where we have brought forth proposals, discussed proposals, and not really come to any firm conclusions on them, but we do have a fairly extended draft of a Joint Powers Authority agreement. I'm not bringing that agreement to you this evening for consideration because there's a lot of things still to be discussed and resolved in that. But basically, the three issues that are currently outstanding are the membership of the Board of Directors of the JPA, the vote allocation on that board of directors, and the cost sharing provisions of that. The first issue that I mentioned, the board of directors membership, has been the most difficult to come to agreement. The initial draft of the JPA agreement contemplated 4 members of the board of directors with one member appointed from each of the agencies. But at some point during the negotiations for the JPA agreement, one of the parties had asked that a 5th member be added to the board of directors to represent agricultural interests within the EMA. That has been a point of contention on a number of levels, one of which is who will be that 5th member? Who would be the representative? What is the constituency that that member would be representing? And the Santa Ynez Water Group has been participating in some of the discussions regarding the JPA agreement as a potential 5th board member. They have been participating in the meetings, just to kind of monitor at this point, but they have provided inputs on it. So that is one of the issues. The vote allocation on the board of directors is another one. And I'll go back to the how the appointment would take place for the 5th director. But the allocation of the voting on the board of directors is still an issue to be resolved. We believe we've come very close to completing that process with one agency, one vote, or one director, one vote. But under the existing MOA, there is weighted voting. So I note in the staff report that under the MOA, the water agency, the county water agency, has 5 votes. The parent district or conservation district has 3 votes. ID1 has 2 votes, and Solvang has 1 vote. As you can tell, 1 out of 11 votes does not represent a very powerful position for the city of Solvang. So we've been pushing very hard to balance out that voting interest with the other boards of directors members. So we believe we're very close to getting one member, one vote on that board, but that is going to obviously depend on the rest of the negotiations for the joint powers agreement. So going back to the appointment of the agricultural interest director, the question has been, how will that person be appointed? Is that going to be a vote of the other 4 members of the board of directors? Is it going to be a public solicitation process, or is it even going to be a formal vote using the elections code? We have not come to any conclusions on that at this point, and so that is still an issue to be resolved. Finally, the cost sharing has been an issue. We do have some provisions in place in the MOA about cost sharing. Each of the agencies has been carrying approximately equal loads on that. There's a little bit of difference on some of the issues, but to date, the issues requiring financing have been fairly nominal. They've been involving the preparation of the groundwater sustainability plan, which was recently accepted. And there is grant funding out there for that type of work. But the big lift for the JPA or the EMA is going to be whether or not to institute a groundwater pumping charge. And that's where a lot of the work of the JPA will take place, assuming that it gets formed. So the reason for having the JPA is to protect the city of Solvang and the other 3 agencies against litigation. That would be a significant cost that is not covered by the grant funding that's available for the GSA. So that is one of the issues that we have talked about, is how the cost sharing will take place. And when it's the 4 public agencies, it makes it fairly easy. If there's one agency, one vote, it's very easy to assume 25% for each of those on the cost sharing. That's not a foregone conclusion at this point, but it makes it easier to discuss on that basis. The monkey wrench, if you will be the agricultural member. There has been no discussion of the agricultural board member providing any portion of the cost sharing other than very nominal amounts. So that is one final issue that needs to be resolved. So the reason why this is before you at this point is I have been taking positions and saying to the various members during these negotiations, I think that'll work. I don't have direction for it. I would like to take it back to my council for consideration. And that's what we're here for tonight. So I'm seeking your direction on whether or not you have any issues with, first of all, the board of directors membership, with having an agricultural or other member, the vote allocation of the board of directors, and the cost sharing. I know that's a lot of information in a very short period of time. I know some of you, particularly Mayor Pro Tem Arona and Mayor Infante, have been getting interim updates on this along the way, but this is the first time in quite some time that this entire thing has been before the full council. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Oh, boy, do we have questions. If I may, I'm going to start off, because this is, as David suggested, that when I was on the board there previously. So there's a couple of things that come up real quickly. You gave me 3 things: membership, voting, distribution, and cost distribution. So membership, according to the documents on how members are supposed to be done, they have to be a water agency. They have to be a representative of the people that they are voting for, and the organization that's coming in that calls itself the San Ynez Water Group, San Ynez Valley Water Group, San Ynez, I forget, Water Group, has no financial backing, has no liability proofing, has no real common. They're not a company. They're not an organization. They don't have a board. They're not elected. They don't represent everybody. So I think from that point of view alone, I want to say, hell no. Sorry. The various stakeholder groups within the EMA have an opportunity to advise on the Citizens Advisory Group, which they are on, and they can do that. They actually have a disproportionate share of the Citizens Advisory Group, so this water group has a voice into what's going on. But putting them on the board brings up several issues. We, when I was back on the board, had to put in money to take care of GIS, the the people that did the survey of what was going on, the geological surveys. We did those kind of things. We haven't heard that these people have any money, or that they're organized in a way that they can represent it, or if there was a liability, or if they cause a liability, what's our legal recourse? So we have a situation here that's very unusual. We don't know enough about this water group. We do know that a couple of the people that are in it don't live in this area, and it's supposed to be a representative from the Eastern Management Area. And so all of these things are issues, but they're not a legally established organization. So who are the members? Who are the officers? Where do they operate? All of those issues are a problem with the membership. And the minute you put, if you eliminate them as a member, now we can go back to voting and talk about who's going to vote, what the fair votes are between all the board members. You can't vote on that until you know what the members are. And so I'm suggesting that from Solvang's point of view, there is nothing advantageous to adding in this San Ynez Water Group as a member of the board.
If I can jump in, Mayor.
Please.
I just want to make sure that we get questions of Mr. Fleischman and staff questions first, and then make sure we do public comment before we get too far into deliberation. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, thank you for that point. I got jumped ahead. Yes, sir. Question.
The group that you're mentioning, the agricultural group, are they wanting to be a participant as a water producer or a water consumer? Why? My thing.
He's got a technical problem, maybe.
He can't hear us?
He says, I know.
Sounds like, we have charades here.
Uh-oh.
Now there are more technical difficulties. So you're not hearing us, David? Oh, you can hear.
We can't hear him.
You're muted again. Unmute, yeah.
Unmute him, please. Dave?
Okay, you're unmuted now.
Okay. Yeah, there was a setting on Zoom where I was not able to unmute myself. So the groundwater, the San Ynez Water Group is not a water purveyor specifically. They are, as best I can tell, a loose amalgamation of agricultural interests, whether it's ranchers, farmers, agricultural members of the basin. So some may have wells, some may not, but they're not producing water for municipalities or somewhat larger public uses. It's more of a private use.
Dave, can you clarify something? Because I am the Solvang member who sits on this particular Eastern Management Agency board. So I do represent Solvang. I know quite a bit about this. And I have actually seen a couple of drafts of the JPA that we're stuck on. Therefore, I'm asking this question, Dave. The board of directors is already defined. Where we're heading is whether we're having an additional voting member. So at least there was currently a distinction between the 4 voting members who would cost share, provide staff, provide funding, take liability risk, but the additional voting member was going to be categorized differently. Can you clarify if that's still where we are? And
Sure.
make some comments what that means.
Yeah, and it's a little bit, we do currently have a board that is comprised of the 4 agencies. That is the board of the EMA GSA. What we're talking about is not having kind of an association of the 4 public agencies, but setting up an independent and brand new public agency that is comprised of the 4. So that's a little bit of a difference. Where it makes the difference is that one entity would be the one that would be defending any potential litigation. It would have its own independent staff. It would have its own independent budgeting and funding. So it's the board of that joint powers authority that we're talking about adding the 5th member to. It is not to the current situation that this 5th member is being contemplated.
So it has changed. We're back to adding a board member.
We're talking about adding a board member to the JPA, yes, not to the existing structure that we have, though.
And the board member should therefore share in every responsibility. There should be no debate then, whether they cost share, risk share in exchange for their vote.
And that has been one of the topics of discussion. The difficulty is because it's not, for example, a mutual water company or some kind of independent corporation, as best we can tell, the mechanism for the Santa Ynez Water Group to collect assessments from its members to contribute to that joint effort is in question. I just don't know whether or not they have that ability, to what extent they can enforce it, and how reliable that source of income would be.
But
At
under
least with
that,
public
I got
agent-
that, but under that debate, sorry to cut you off, David, but under that provision, the debate is really moot because they're either an agency, they're either an elected official, and they're either a purveyor of water. Otherwise, they have other vehicles and other mechanisms to gain their representation.
Absolutely. And that's the position that I have been talking about in some of the meetings. It has been an uphill climb, I would say, because there are other entities and people who are really pushing for this ag member to be appointed to the board. But I have not been participating in that push.
Okay, I'll pause because I have some comments, but I know people want to ask questions. So thanks for that clarity.
Yeah, what really bothers me is that apparently there's no way to know exactly who that group is representing. I mean, are we talking, and talking ag, we could be talking local farmers, or we could be talking marijuana growers that otherwise don't have a stake in the area. If it's, a business entity that it's using water for production, then they should be able, that's part of the cost of doing business. Otherwise, like Councilmember Verona says, there are other avenues that they could have representation, local, local jurisdictions have representation in their clients of, water purveyors have representation in there. So if they want a bigger say, yeah, they should pay their share.
And Dave, if I'm not mistaken, there are 3 areas within the GSA. Our Eastern Management Area, the Central Management Area, and the Western Management Area. Do any
That's
of the
correct.
other 2 have an agricultural representative?
They do not, but as far as I am aware, they have not been trying to form a JPA in those other 2 management areas.
So it's the JPA that's bringing this up.
That's correct.
Solely.
If we continued on the current path and did not set up a JPA, that ag member would not come into play. It would continue the way we have it with the 4 agencies. The primary reason for talking about a JPA agreement is insulation against litigation. So if I can put it this way, if we keep the current situation with the EMA GSA and we implement a pump charge, a groundwater pumping charge, a potential plaintiff challenging that would likely sue each of the 4 agencies because they each participate in that decision. Whereas if it was just a JPA, there would only be one party to sue, and the city of Solvang would not be a defendant in that case, more than likely. It would just be the Joint Powers Authority. So that's the reason for the discussion of the JPA. If we were also to persist in the current situation, Solvang has 1 of 11 votes under the memorandum of agreement, but Solvang is responsible for 25% of the cost, or has been to date. That is problematic in that the city of Solvang would not be able to provide what I would say is a meaningful input into litigation strategy should it go to litigation under the current situation. And so that's another reason for talking about doing a JPA. If Solvang was only in for 1/11 of the costs, it might be more equitable to consider continuing with the current state of affairs. But it really does put Solvang at a great disadvantage to only have 1 out of 11 votes on that.
Can I make some comments, or does anybody else have
Well,
questions?
let's see if we have any questions from the public. Yes, sir.
Hi, Dennis Beebe, Solvang. May not look like it, but my feet are wet because I was involved with one of those 4 agencies for 4 years and lost a lot of 4-to-1 votes, I might add. It's pretty clear to me that since most of the water in this eastern management, what is it, area, is agricultural, that's where all the water goes, and they're concerned that these 4 authorities are going to control their water, either through money or for reduction in the amount of water that they pump. They're trying to get a vote. So I wouldn't, they don't fit in with the other 4 agencies. The other 4 agencies are controlling agencies. They pump water and they produce laws and regulations about the use of water. The agriculturals either produce it and use it themselves, or they just produce it. So they don't fit in. As far as the amount of money that you contribute to whether it's a JPA or the current agency, it ought to be equal to your vote power. If there's 4 of you and you got 1 vote out of the 4, 25% seems appropriate. If you remain with this 1/11th power, 1/11th amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. We have any comments online? It doesn't appear that way. No other comments in here? Let's bring it back to the council. So last questions?
I'll
and
make a
comments.
couple comments. I think it's important that Solvang has our representation in this agency. We have wells that we're dependent on or we count on in various locations in the EMA. So our presence on this board, and by the way, and the consumption of most of that water is clearly in support of our residents, people, not necessarily plants or cattle. There's been a couple of other developments, and that is that our JPA being late is very late. We're a full year late, and we're 2 years late, but a full year since we actively started working on the JPA. So this particular subject that Dave is raising is really the cause for delay, and that costs this city money. As good as Dave is, our lawyer is sitting on calls debating these particular issues, and that is a drain on capital or cash. So that bothers me a great deal that we're deliberating. We could get to a JPA, I think, probably right now with the 4 current members, and we'd be off and running. Second important piece is that grant funding has been released for some major activity that we have to execute on the GSA. That's for things like putting monitoring and reporting in place and doing a rate study so that we can actively move toward true sustainability, monitoring, measuring, and fees. So we're heading in that direction, but we're hamstrung because a third party really is interested, and they are stakeholders, there's no doubt. They're interested in articulating a different presence in the agency that has already been laid out and the framework has already been structured. The third thing is, I think somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but our GSP, our plan was approved, correct? So we're ready to go.
Yeah, that's correct.
We are ready to go. We have an interim spend agreement. We could have a JPA done probably in a few days' time without this complication. We are, I think, the only agency that isn't off and running on some of this grant money activity. So we're embarrassingly late. We need to move, right? So I think the difference between this particular situation is our formation of the board is our elected officials. They are beholden, therefore, and accountable to the public and to their respective bodies that they represent. And that's giving our legal minds some, frustration that we can't say all members that are being contemplated are of equivalent status. We don't have the ability to conclude that, so we're stuck. And it feels unnecessary, and it feels like we could move forward even with simpler agreements, easy to negotiate and certainly to understand, things like cost sharing, risk sharing, liability, and how we will proceed financially, and with staff that we support, and no one else is providing staff except the four members, and we could have a functioning agency. And that's what's so frustrating right now, is we can't proceed. And even, I think, right before we came into this meeting, the meeting that was supposed to be scheduled for this week was postponed. So we're not moving forward. And I think that's why Dave wants us to kind of give him some direction. I think that it's important that we understand who the entity is, as the mayor's correctly pointed out. We need to understand who they are, who they represent, and if the addition to the body, the governing body, is also to drive the benefit of onboarding other stakeholders in the basin, which makes sense, but they need to be transparent who's elected them, who's supporting them, and who they're representing, and that they are sharing in the cost and the liability and the risk. So I think that's pretty straightforward. I think there's been a number of voices, but we keep getting reports back that we're stalled out again. So it's unclear why this continues to happen. I think Jabe just needs that direction from us. I'll pause there. I could say more, but I don't want to be over-influencing.
And I appreciate that. I share the frustration of the council on this. Many of the meetings, and these are 2-hour blocks of time, many of the meetings end with no moving of the ball at all. And it is frustrating to me to not be able to bring this to a conclusion. We've been doing this for well over a year now. I think we started on this in middle of 2022. And I feel like we're closer than we were before on the vast majority of the issues. We have a good working document. And if it were not for this 5th member, ag representative, I think we would have already had the JPA agreement signed and in place. I think, I'm trying to be diplomatic because we're still negotiating in good faith with our fellow agencies, but it is frustrating to spend the amount of time that we have spent and still not have that agreement.
Dave, in the drafts that you have thus far, are there, what's the flexibility to add amendments or to change in the future if they want to add a member or do something different? What flexibility exists for that?
Well, the flexibility is whatever the 4 agencies setting up the JPA would agree to. So it is a joint powers authority. That means the 4 parties are throwing the powers that they jointly share into one pot so that another agency will be able to exercise on their behalf. So if the 4 agencies said, we want to amend to add a board of director member later on, we certainly have that power. That has been one of the discussions, is get the JPA up and running, find out what its budget is, and then if we decide that it's a good idea later to add a 5th board of director member, we can do that. That was one of the things that we talked about to try to jumpstart this process, but it seems to have stalled out at discussions about that 5th member again.
I think, Dave, you said it perfectly. We need to prioritize getting a functional JPA in place in a first iteration, and let's proceed with some work. And I think the concern that might be out there, that the board is not, there has been some concern, I've heard it voiced, that the board isn't getting things done, they're not moving fast enough, and we can move fast now. We just need that document. And in fact, we have the interim, help me out with what we call the interim financial agreement?
Interim cost sharing agreement.
Cost sharing agreement. So we have the ability to get work done. We're unfortunately, this is great. We just need to take a position so that we can proceed. It doesn't mean we've taken everything off the table. We can continue to debate and discuss. I'd like to do it in smaller increments so it doesn't cost us so much money. Dave, I love working with you, but it does cost us. And let's get some work done to show the community who's consuming and that we're caring about the groundwater sustainability, that we can actually proceed.
All right. So what action do we need to take at this point in time? I think we've given Dave all of our comments back and
Do we need,
forth.
Dave, do we need specific direction, like what position they want to take on these various issues, or do we have enough to move forward?
Well, I think, let me just kind of summarize what I've heard, and this will give me something to take to the table the next time we do meet. I'm not sure when that is going to be, but the next time that we do meet, that Solvang's council is not in favor of a fifth member to be picked from some ag group, that the Solvang council would like to just have the 4 agencies have the boards of director membership. That the vote allocation be 1 member, 1 vote, and that the cost sharing be on that basis as well. In other words, a 25% share. That's what I heard from the council, but if you have any clarifications, please let me know.
You heard right.
Would only add, Dave, that it doesn't mean the door is closed for future discussion. And that but I think we need to understand better what the implications are. And we can take more
Absolutely,
time
and
doing that.
you would be seeing a draft of the joint powers agreement once we all agree on what that draft will look like. So this will be coming back to you in some form, whether it's an actual agreement to consider or my report that the parties have been unable to come to a conclusion, and then we have to take whatever next steps are available. But this will not be the last word on this.
In that case, Dave, I think we all agree that you heard us correctly. You have everything you need, and we're going to go on to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, council. Nice seeing you all. Good
Thanks,
night.
Dave.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda, 6B, if I can find it. This is the financial report. I believe if you'd introduce that to us, Madam Clerk?
Discussion and possible action to approve the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year 22-23 as presented by Auditor Mitesh Desai, CPA, Badawi and Associates.
Can I unmute my Tesh? Yeah. He's unmuted, okay, we're good.
There you go.
Right. Thank you, members of council. Mr. Mayor, if I can just share my screen, I have a short presentation on the results of the audit.
So can we allow Wendy to give us a brief staff report, and then he can do a presentation?
Thank you. Yes, that's a great idea. If you'll excuse us for just a moment then, sir. Wendy, please.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and members of the public. On August 1st, 2019, the city entered into a contract for auditing services with Badawi and Associates. This is our 5th annual audit by them, and they conduct their audit in accordance with the generally accepted auditing standards as they pertain in the government auditing standards issued by the Comptroller General of the United States. In Badawi's opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material aspects of the financial position of the city of Solvang as of fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Mitesh will give a presentation on the financial report and the findings on the audit. The year-end fund balances and net increase or decrease are in the first chart. General fund ended with a balance of $17,645,000 with a net increase of $3,094,615. Government impact fees, ending balance was $1.5 million with a $33,000 increase. Traffic safety, ending balance was $3,367 with a decrease of $130. Gas tax ending balance was $25,296 with a decrease in $66,248. Local transportation ending balance was $426,903 with a net increase of $59,000. Measure A Ending balance was $1,024,000 with a net increase of $55,000. Skip Mesa LLMD, ending balance was $425,572 with a net increase of $24,297. Capital projects, ending balance was negative $18,333 with a net decrease $29,434. The water fund, ending balance was $13,783,000 with a net increase of $1,072,000. Wastewater ending balance was $8,386,000 with a net increase of $175,284. And transit ending balance was $2,400,000, and the net increase was $195,772. The citywide total net position increased $6.1 million after all operations and programs. The chart 2, table 1A, that shows the net position for 22-23, 22 for fiscal years ending 22 and 23. As a comparison, the next chart is the net position in invested capital assets, restricted and unrestricted. The general fund ending balance can be contributed primarily to increase in occupancy, sales tax, and interest. As of June 30th, 2023, the general fund had a total fund balance of $17,645,864. The fund balance policy revised in 2013 states for emergency reserves, 50% of the operating expenditures will be set aside. As of June 30th, 2023, the general fund balance committed for unexpected events is currently at $7.3 million, and $10.3 million remains unassigned. The emergency contingency increased by $2,435,744. The chart below identifies the key changes between fiscals 22-23 and 21-22. Tax revenue increased $867,000 due to sales tax, TOT, and interest as stated before. License and permits was $278,418, and it increased $62,921. Fines and forfeits, $50. It was under $425. Intergovernmental was $1,069,000 with an overage of $107,860. Interest was $276,615, which was an increase of $384,430. Charges for services was $1,028,000, and that was a increase of $130,330. And miscellaneous was $280,700 with an increase of $176,597 for a total increase in revenue of $1,728,764. Expenditures, general government was $2,863,000 with a decrease of $156,367. Public safety was $2,366,496 with an increase of $165,166. Culture and recreation expenses was $1,147,486 with an increase of $51,266. Community development was $829,798, which was an increase of $50,208. Public Works was $471,471 with a net increase of $476,878. And capital outlay was $57,145 with a decrease of $41,304. The total expenses was $9,716,899, which was an increase of $545,847. Most of the general fund expenses decreased due to lower legal fees, salaries, and contracted services. And After accounting for designated reserves and other items, the general fund has an unassigned balance of $10.3 million. During the next budget process, staff will look at possibly reducing the funds of our liabilities, including the other post-employment benefits and unfunded pension liability balance. The general fund designations, the unassigned is, like I said, $10.3 million. Committed is $7,266,377, which is for the emergency. Non-spendable includes prepaids and loans, and that's $17,390. And the restricted balance is for recycle grants and the tennis courts is $26,315 for a total of $17,645,000. Below that is a general fund components of fund balance chart. And for the enterprise funds, the ending balances are shown below, which include the net investment and capital assets. The water fund increased its net position by $1,072,337 due to a decrease in capital improvement projects. The wastewater fund increased its net position by $175,284 due to implementation of the new sewer rates. Water expenses decreased 18%, wastewater expenses increased 7%, and transit expenses increased by 3% due to rising fuel and energy costs. Below that is the ending balance for the water fund is $13,383,835 with a net increase of $1,072,000. Wastewater's ending balance was $8,386,725 with a net increase of $175,284, like I stated earlier. And transit's ending balance was $2,401,741 with a net increase of $195,772. The unrestricted amount for enterprise funds, water is $7.8 million, wastewater is $1.5 million, transit is $1.6 million, and then the encumbrances carried over from last year for general fund is $433,873. Water encumbrances are $133,650. Wastewater is $245,725, and transit is $20,832. So that concludes my staff report. Do you guys want to hear the presentation first?
Just a quick question, Wendy. What falls on the chart that shows the list of expenditures? What sort of things fall under community development?
Community development, that would be anything to deal with planning and zoning expenses, like the general plan update. What else? What? Oh, code enforcement, building, safety, those kinds of expenses.
Okay, so those don't quite fall under public works nor general government?
Public works would be like roads and streets, facilities, buildings, sidewalks, that kind of thing.
Okay, all right. So community development is other, like extra additional projects or reports or?
It's anything related to planning and zoning.
Okay,
and building.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right.
All right, Mitesh, you're on.
All right, thank you. Let me share my screen really quick. So I have just a few slides going over the audit results, and hopefully you can hopefully have the right screen. So in terms of the deliverables and scope of the audit, so we've issued our opinion on the city's financial statements or annual comprehensive financial report. Just a clarification regarding the report. The report is management's document. Really what comes from us is the opinions, which are the report on the financial statements, and then also we'll be issuing a report on internal control and financial reporting and compliance. We also look at the appropriations limit, and we will also be issuing a letter which has the required communications, which are redundant to what we'll be covering in this presentation. So our audit is performed on a risk-based approach. So these are the primary audit risks that we identified and addressed as part of our audit. The first being management override of internal controls. This is a risk that exists in all audits, and it's the risk that management are in a position to put in place internal controls. They design internal controls such as reviewing time cards, reviewing accounts payables, journal entries. If they so choose, they may decide not to follow those policies and procedures. So as part of the audit, we perform certain procedures such as examining manual journal entries, scanning through the general ledger for any unusual business transactions, incorporating a little bit of unpredictability as part of our audit, assigning experienced staff to complex areas. Those are primary, I guess, responses to this risk. Second, revenues and receivables. Revenues and receivables are a very significant item on your financial statements. The readers of the financial statements are interested in whether the city is earning more revenues, your water funds, in terms of when you're trying to get credit, it's an area where we always pay closer attention. So another default risk that we do have to identify is improper revenue recognition. This is a risk that if you don't identify it as a significant risk, you have to really document why it wasn't identified as a significant risk. So what we do is we confirm a lot of revenues, we validate all our revenues, your sales tax, property tax, TOT revenues. For your enterprise funds, we do analytical procedures, we vouch transactions. And lastly, pension is just a complex accounting area that we identify and we pay closer attention to make sure that everything was calculated correctly and recorded correctly and allocated to all your funds. In terms of our auditor's report, so we've issued an unmodified opinion, which is referred to as a clean opinion. Our audit is performed in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and also the government auditing standards, which are supplemental to our standard auditing procedures that we're required to perform. The government auditing standards are also referred to as the Yellow Book. What this means is the financial statements are fairly presented in all mature respects. Significant accounting policies have been consistently applied. Estimates that exist in your financial statements are reasonable, and the disclosures that accompany your financial statements we believe are accurate and complete. Our audit is performed on a sampling basis. We focus on material items, which is why the wording is fairly presented in all mature respects. It's not meant to provide absolute assurance whether that they're absent of errors. Moving on to our required communications. This is just a slide clarifying our responsibilities as the auditors and management's responsibilities. It is a gray area when you assist management in preparing the financial statements. So our responsibilities, as I mentioned, is to opine on those financial statements, which includes evaluating internal controls, evaluating compliance with material laws and grants and contracts, reviewing the financial statements to determine if they're clear and transparent, and lastly, communicating the audit results to the governing body. Management are responsible for the financial statements. They are responsible for putting in place internal controls, complying with laws and regulations, adjusting the financials for material misstatements, establishing internal controls over fraud, informing us if there were any instances of fraud, and also to take corrective action if we do have audit findings. Our responsibility also includes independence. This is why you go outside and hire an external auditor to perform your audit. You don't have someone within your city going to the accounting department and reviewing the books because you're looking for an opinion that's free of bias. So It's critical for us as the auditors to maintain our independence, so we follow rules that are set by the AICPA and the State Board of Accountancy. Those rules wouldn't allow us to act as management, be employees of the city, or act in some capacity as an employee of the city, approve transactions, approve journal entries without management's review and approval. We are permitted to assist management in compiling the financial statements as long as they accept responsibility of the financial statements, and we believe that they're able to review and approve those financial statements. There were no issues with timing of the audit. In terms of new accounting policies and procedures, there were 3 new accounting policies that were adopted during the year, which are referred to as here as GASB Statement 91, 94, and 96. GASB stands for GASB stands for Government Accounting Standards Board, and they issue standards every few years just to keep up to date with trends and what's relevant in the industry. So the first addresses conduit debt. So that didn't apply to the city. Conduit debt is debt you may be issued on behalf of third parties, where you're responsible for collecting special assessments or revenues and using those revenues to then make payments on this debt. However, the city has no obligation to cover any deficits. There's no legal obligation to take ownership of those liabilities. The standard just updates some of that reporting, and also when in what circumstances do you actually report that debt. So circumstances where you voluntarily made a commitment to cover deficits, that's when you would that would be when the debt was in default. That's when you would report what you committed to pay for. Secondly, those GASB Statement 94 addresses public-private, public-public partnerships. This is where you've engaged with the third party to provide city services, and the third party is also using city infrastructure or city equipment or buildings to provide this service. And as part of the agreement, they're also making a payment to the city for use of that infrastructure. We didn't believe this was applicable to the city. And then GASB Statement 96 addresses subscription-based information technology arrangements, which is when you use a software that you're using on a subscription basis. So if you've committed to a 5-year agreement, you've essentially have a liability on your books for those 5 years where you've committed to make annual payment. Also, you've earned the right to use that software for 5 years. So the standard requires that you recognize an asset, intangible asset, and also a liability that by the end of the agreement would both be zeroed out. We didn't find anything substantial that really needed to be included or updated in your financial statements. As I mentioned, estimates are part of your financial statements. So the most significant estimates are your pension plan and your other post-employment benefit plans. Those rely heavily on actuarial assumptions, which includes your discount rate, mortality rates, inflation. So those are all included as part of the disclosures, what those various assumptions are. And we review those. They're essentially as part of CalPERS. Everyone is essentially adopting what CalPERS has adopted as their assumptions. Also, depreciation expense and accumulated depreciation are estimates that are based on how long are you using various capital assets. Sensitive disclosures, so accompanying the financial statements are a lengthy list of narratives. These narratives provide information about the numbers. So, for example, cash and investments, you would find there what is the city's investment policy. If the city didn't comply with the investment policy, it would be so stated. What types of investments does the city have as of the end of the year? Capital assets, which describe what type of capital assets the city has, what were the current year acquisitions, what was the depreciation expense, were there any disposals, And also, as I mentioned, the pension plan disclosures describe the benefits that are being offered by the city and also the assumptions, and also describes the breakdown of deferrals and other information. So those are probably the most significant disclosures in the notes. In terms of these other items, so we're supposed to communicate regarding difficulties encountered in the audit, significant audit adjustments or past audit adjustments, potential effect of significant risk exposures, disagreements with management, deficiencies, internal controls or financial reporting. Just to summarize, we didn't have any matters to disclose here. As part of the audit, we obtain a representation from management is in a letter. This is management taking ownership of the financial statements and in short, letting us know that we're not, whatever was provided for the audit was accurate and complete. And also there's nothing else we need to be aware of before we sign our opinion. We're not aware of any consultations that management may have had. As part of the audit, we may have issued material written communications other than the engagement letter and representation letter. There were no other significant communications that were written. As part of the audit, we also evaluate what's referred to as a going concern. A going concern is when we find that by looking at the financial statements that the entity is not in a good financial condition, and we start questioning whether the city will actually, or the entity we're auditing is actually going to exist in the near future. So that would you look at evaluating your fund balance, comparing that to your annual expenditures. It's a short-term type of evaluation, so we're not projecting, 10 years out. If we did find that there was a going concern, we would modify the opinion to include a paragraph that there is a going concern, and we would also have a disclosure in the notes regarding the going concern, and management would have to describe what are their actions they're going to take to address this. So we didn't have any concerns with the fund balance, looks healthy, so we did not report any going concern. We are not becoming aware of any fraud or illegal acts during the year. And that covers required communications. This is the list of new accounting standards that are out there. And actually, I apologize. Statement number 102 is not composite absences. Statement number 102 is certain risk disclosures. So as part of in 2026, there'll be some additional disclosures or evaluations we have to perform if we identify that there are certain risks that have been brought up that may impact the financial statements. Statement 101 regarding compensated absences will change how you measure your vacation leave liabilities and disclosures regarding those leave liabilities. And statement number 100, which we'll look at next year, looks at how you report retrospective corrections. So if you have a correction to your beginning equity, either due to an accounting change or error correction, how are those presented on the financial statements? How do you disclose them? And what circumstances permit a retrospective type of adjustment? And what type of, when would you just address it in the current year activities? And I think that is it with my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. This is my email address in case you do want to come up with a question later and you'd like to email.
Does council have any questions on this report?
Last year, our report showed a fraud loss, and that had been resolved. Was there any recapture from any of those losses that we had from insurance or otherwise?
We had received like $250-something thousand from the insurance, but nothing
JPIA?
else.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as far as I know, it's still under investigation.
And have we increased our financial risk as it relates to computer or
Yes.
fraud? Thank you.
Any other questions of the council? Do we have any public comment? I don't see any. Well, it doesn't look like we have anybody online that has public comment. Okay. All right, so we'll bring it back to the council. We need to accept this report. Is this an approval with a vote for us? We already asked for public comments. There wasn't. Yeah, you want to make a comment? Go ahead, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Thank you. Wendy, is it possible, from a transparency and so forth, included in this report, we have successes or obstacles that we've had throughout the year? Like, for example, we've put in a new drainage system along Friedensborg Canyon Road, or things of that nature, bullet points of where funds have been spent, and because this is a very high level, groups everything together, but it's not tangible for most. Is there something that, and every annual report I've ever read always has comments by the chairman and the president as to where they're going, what they've done. Is that something that we can add to these reports as well? Not from an audit perspective, but as our annual reports?
We can maybe do something on the side, but if when we submit it to GFOA for, we have to follow like their guidelines and their, I guess you would say,
Policies.
like policies and the reporting procedures.
Right.
But, I mean, that's something that we could like add to like the website and that kind of thing for transparency.
Because this is posted in our website, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to see that type of thing where it shows what has been accomplished for that period.
Mr. Murphy?
I agree that we're, obviously, this is my first time through the process, and I see some opportunities for improvement and enhancement to what we've done here. One of the things that I intend to do, include as part of the budget process, is to show some of the accomplishments. I mean, not as part of the audit, but to share that. We're also finalizing the negotiations and contract with a software company that will make the budget more transparent, more understandable to the general
Please.
public and to certain council members. But the idea is that I get it. I mean, a lot of this is gibberish to most people, and to make it tangible, to make it, transparent, to make it to where people understand when we come and say we want to increase TOT or whatever, there's understanding about what we've accomplished and why we need the money, or that we are spending the money, the public's money, appropriately.
Thank you. Any other last comments? In that case, do we need to vote to approve this? I'll move that we approve this report.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mitesh.
Thank you, Mitesh.
Okay, so let's move on to item 6C. That's a few people here that I think have been waiting for this. Ms. Clerk, if you would introduce that to us, please.
Discussion and possible action to appoint members to the Measure U Citizens Oversight Committee.
Staff report?
All right. So the Measure U Oversight Committee is an advisory committee appointed by the City Council. The purpose of the committee is to review the revenue and expenditure of funds from the voter-approved tax established by Ordinance 22-0363 and to help ensure accountability to the voters regarding all the expenditures. The general duties of the committee are to serve an advisory capacity of the city council and shall have no independent authority to expend or direct the expenditure of funds received by the city under the Measure U. The committee may conduct hearings, review reports, request funding from the city council for independent audits of Measure U funds, receive presentations, provide comments, make findings and recommendations, and issue reports to the city council related to implementation of Measure U and the expenditure of funds received under Measure U. The committee shall be comprised of 5 members. Each council member shall appoint 1 member of the Measure U Citizens Oversight Committee. At the time I was writing the staff report, we actually had 5 applicants. On January 5th, 1 applicant pulled her application, and so that resulted in 4. I had posted the application and the opening on the website, and we actually received a 5th applicant this afternoon, and that's listed. That's a copy of that application is in your blue folder.
Right.
That applicant, the requirements for being on the Measure U committee is a resident of Solvang or a business owner within the city limits. So just for information purposes, I listed what districts they're from. We have several of the applicants in the audience and 1 applicant online, if you want to ask them any questions. And so 3 of the applicants are from District 2, and the other 2 applicants are from District 4. And we had received, or we had advertised in the local paper and on the website. The initial opening was from October 25th to December 6th. So with that, you can look at the applications.
I have a
And-
question real quick.
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry, I know with this whole district thing, but this has to be by district as well?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I just put the districts on there. One of the applicants had taken the application from the council packet prior to deciding that we just needed a resident address or a business owner.
Okay.
So to make it,
All right.
It's just consistent.
yeah, consistent.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to point out, I asked her to add that additional information. For purposes of transparency, I thought,
nice
not
to have.
unlike the whole idea of council being selected by district, it made a certain amount of sense to get cross-representation. We didn't get that this time, but that doesn't mean we can't do something different later on.
You are each supposed to appoint 1 person.
Yes. And we have a total of 5 applicants.
Regardless of what district we're in.
Right.
Right.
So 'cause
Next.
it's not a district thing. Is this a Brown Act committee?
Yes.
Yes.
So they will report to us at the council?
Yes, they're advisory to you.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. So,
One more comment. I just
Sure.
find it amazing, like, even with city council and everything, that the people, I've only been here 20 years, the people that have lived here a long time do not apply for this kind of stuff. And I'm looking at the applications, and people just moved here within the last year. I'm happy people want to get involved, but I think it's kind of sad, actually, that people don't want to be involved in certain things that have been here and have a stake more than somebody that just showed up from LA or whoever knows where. I think it's interesting.
and miss all the excitement of a meeting like we've just had?
Serious.
Wow.
And it's not over yet.
Actually, I think it's pretty positive that we have a lot of fresh interest in participating in city business.
Okay, at this point, we have the choice of asking these people if they'd like to speak, or we just say yes and pick a person each?
Well, we do need to have public comment.
Oh, no. I don't have any slips for public comment. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to speak? No, huh? Okay, so there you go. There's no public comment.
For entertaining me.
I appreciate you keeping me on track. So then we just need to identify one of these people and appoint them?
Well, can I
you
ask a
choose.
question, procedural question? Since there's 5 applicants and we're looking for 5 spots, do we each need to name someone, or can we just vote in unison to have all 5 applicants
So
accepted?
the code does say each city council member shall appoint 1 member of the Measure U committee. To comply with that, I suggest that you each pick one, but we could do it all in one motion. But I would also say that, it's a possible action if you feel that anyone's not qualified, you're not obligated to pick of the 5. We can always, re-recruit if you want to continue for another meeting. Also, since 1 applicant was just added before the meeting, if you want additional time to consider, that's fine too.
good.
But if you feel that you have the information that you need, I would say pick 1 each on the record and then make
Make a
1
motion
motion
across
to
all of them.
appoint them all.
Jamie?
Okay, that was one.
Okay,
Did
then.
you get one? Sure. All right, come on up. He's one of our,
Smithson Village Collection. I believe in there it's the mayor and the mayor pro tem's nominees are just 1-year term, and the other 3 are a 2-year term. Is that correct?
So
Okay.
I don't know.
I can clarify to that.
Please.
So what the point is, this is another reason, thank you for bringing this up. This is another reason why it's important to identify who's appointing who, because the way it's set up is to stagger the appointment. So since this is the inaugural appointment for the committee, the people appointed by the mayor and mayor pro tem will serve 1-year terms this time. But then when those spots expire and they are filled again, they will be the full 2-year term. And so then we'll have it where there
Staggered.
will be people with experience on the committee at all times, and it'll be staggered.
so they can be appointed again. It's just a matter
Yes.
of getting them so we can get, it's kind of like our districting, going to 2 to 2, and okay.
Correct, yeah. There wouldn't be anything prohibiting them from serving the next term if you were happy with the appointment.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
So we have one appointment for Mr. Jamie Weeks. Would you like to appoint somebody?
Sure, and I'd like to just shout out a big thank you for all the applicants to volunteer your time to serve the city. I just want to say thank you for dedicating the time, because it will be much appreciated. So I'd like to nominate Jeff Urema, or appoint, I should say, appoint.
I would like to appoint my fellow Rotarian, Frank Smithson.
I know village people. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd be happy to, so you nominated Frank?
Yes.
Henry Hughes? Yeah, Hoagie, is that right?
Housey?
How's that pronounced? Frank? Housey? Thank you.
Okay, and that leaves us with, is it Adela Kehoe? To be my appointment?
Yes, Adelia.
All right, there's the 5 appointees. Do I hear a motion that we accept all 5 appointees?
I would make that motion.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you very much.
And then
Thank you all for being here and putting up with all of this while we go through all the fun things that a city council does.
I'm really surprised there's not more people applying to tell us what to do with money.
Yeah.
It's pretty powerful.
Mr. Mayor, for the benefit of those that were just appointed, city clerk and I will discuss meeting dates and reach out to them for opportunity. We hope to have a meeting, say sometime in the next few weeks. We've got some Measure U expenditures to consider.
Right.
We've also got the budget, upcoming budget, so we'd like to get them, get their input on those issues. So we'll be reaching out to them very shortly to arrange that.
Excellent. Thank you. is, now here, I'm going to go back to Brown Act. Is that going to be the first Brown Act meeting? So is that going to be held with us or just by them and just, okay, it gets reported to us?
There will be a public meeting, we'll post it, and, the public is invited.
Right.
And any or all of the council is certainly welcome to attend when we do it. But, there's no, right now, there's nothing established. We don't know what day of the week, what time of the day, all that fun stuff. We've got to work through all that and look at the availability of the chambers as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to ask or request that you also spend some of that time with training as it relates to the Brown Act and what have you.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea.
I was just going to say that for the members that are here, we'll have to set up training. They'll have to do an oath. They'll have to fill out their 700 form and their ethics training, and then 1661 training.
See what you signed up for?
Be careful what you wish for.
Absolutely.
You can't resign yet.
Yeah, no.
And it's all public record.
Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate all those that did submit a request to be on this, and we look forward to working with you. Okay, moving on to 6D. If you'd introduce that to us, please, Ms. Clerk.
Discussion and possible direction to staff regarding utility director salary update.
Staff report.
Okay, the utility director position has been vacant since July 2023. The city has posted the job on the city's website, governmental jobs, and we, with no luck on receiving any qualified applicants other than out-of-the-country applicants, we turned around and hired Ralph Anderson and Associates for the recruitment. The city received several non-qualified applicants with Ralph Anderson, and so they decided to go a second round. And on that second round, they found one applicant, and staff interviewed that candidate, and he had requested a salary of $165,000 per year, which is higher than the city's maximum range. Currently, the salary range for the utility director is range 144, and it's $117,665 as step 1, and step 5 is $147,097. The city's benefit package is comparable to other agencies, but the hourly rate for this position tends to be on the lower range. The city had contracted with Canon Engineering to have the prior public works director assist the city with approximately 8 hours per week. Back in June, July of 2022, staff had sent out an RFP for a compensation study to include updated job descriptions and salary ranges. The contract was awarded and the study began and was supposed to be completed in March. However, the company that was hired, it was a disaster of a study, and it didn't even come before council because we didn't even finish it because of the quality of work or lack of quality. So staff is looking for direction from city council on how to proceed to fill this vacancy. One idea would to send out another RFP for a class and compensation study. Of course, that would be a budget adjustment based on the proposals that we get back for the costs. And that compensation study could show that we need to increase the salary range for that position. However, increasing that salary range it would affect all the other salary ranges for the unrepresented department heads. I have attached the job description and the current salary range, and it's up for you guys to discuss and direct us what you would like to do.
Yes, sir.
In addition to that, just to kind of point out a couple of things, the recruiter suggested that some of the commentary he was getting from the people he was reaching out to, that our salary was definitely on the low end. Because this position, the individual we spoke with, who was a good candidate, wanted so much more than what, I mean, basically over 10% more than what our top step was. I wasn't comfortable accepting this person without really going out for another recruitment. I think that is a better option. This person is definitely could do the work, but I didn't think it was right when we offer a maximum salary of 147,000, and then give this person the higher range without really looking to see what we might have gotten if we had advertised a higher range.
Oh, good point.
So you know, putting at a higher range, and I'm speculating here potentially, but that 165 wouldn't be the top step. That would be somewhere in the middle. So probably a top step of closer to, say, 175, a range from like 155 to 175 or something in that you know, range would be appropriate. But at the same time, I also don't want to do that without some supporting, you know, somebody professionally that can provide that. So thus the request for a compensation and classification study, because a classification study is important. If we have somebody that's job title, say city clerk, but the duties are more appropriate of the actual performing, it's more reflective of maybe what the assistant city manager should be doing, that's the salary they should be paid. Or whatever. I'm just using that as one example because I like to pick on Anne Marie. But, you know, so there's that, and that's not an inexpensive choice, thus the discussion about having to do a budget adjustment. And again, I have no clear knowledge of what it will cost. Got some ideas, but the effort that was done before was inadequate. I don't know that it was managed particularly well from a staff perspective, so the fault's not entirely on the vendor that we selected. But, you know, it did not, I mean, I saw the outcome, and in talking with staff that was interviewed for the classification part of it, it was not the best opportunity, so that's why we never brought it back to council for approval. So, you know, this is kind of a thing where if we're going to increase the salary, as Wendy pointed out, it's going to affect the other department head level staff, depending on how much more it becomes. It obviously could potentially impact my salary, at least how it would for compaction purposes. So this is a broader thing than just one, but to start with, we need to identify the one. You know, is the council okay with looking at a salary range at a top step of, say, 175, then directing us to go back out for another recruitment, utilizing the recruiter, and getting another pool, hopefully additional staff so that or applicants rather, so we could have a choice of who we might hire. And you know, another option might be, you know, to reconfigure the way it was when Matt was here and recruit, maybe do the higher salary, but recruit a combined utility public works director. I don't know that's the best option, but that is an option. I would say, you know, our current public works director has plenty to do without adding this to his plate, even with an additional amount of money, and we still need somebody to manage. And, you know, and again, it would be an open recruitment. So, I mean, there's so many different ways to slice this, but the first thing is getting council direction on and approval on the higher salary range, and again, ideally, the comp and class study, so we can make sure we're getting the right amount salary and compensation. We don't have to go through this effort the next time we have a vacancy in a department level position.
I have another question.
Yeah, please.
I would need to know what that rising tide bottom line cost would be if we do that, if we get up to the 174 range. But also, what about staying at the existing range and throwing in a housing allowance and keep it off the CalPERS? And would that affect or not affect the other salaries?
We already have a housing allowance of
Correct.
750, so we would have to bring that you know, you guys would.
Oh, and then you got to do the housing allowance for everybody else too if we do this.
Last year's negotiation.
Right, it becomes, again, now everybody gets it. And not only that,
So
but
it's not a meritocracy anywhere in a city.
the allowance is great, but you have to remember, that's taxable income. So it's $1,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah, but it's not CalPERS though.
$750 for staff level. It's a little higher for me, but not much. But after taxes, it's, you know, half of that. So how much does $350 or $400 or even $500 in our local economy, I mean, the city of Solvang, how much
So-
difference does that make?
I have a question though, Randy. I have a tendency to believe that we're low because that's why we lost Jose, right? And we knew that even in the summer, he could easily get another position at, well, what he said was a higher rate, if we believe him. What we don't have is just just a ranking of where we are as compared to other close by utility director positions of equivalent scope and scale, and see if we're, and a similar job description, because this is pretty interesting job with, we're soft on the requirement for a degree, only 5 years of work experience and 2 in management. That could be a 30-year-old getting a great job with great retirement in a small city, with earning some good technical stripes. So, I mean, it's shocking to me that we don't have more applicants. But I also think we're not unique. There's so many other, the sheriff can't even fill all their positions, different situation. But people are having a difficult time hiring because cost of living is so high. So for me, I need more data to know where our 144 or our 175 really stack ranks. Does that even guarantee us applicants? Not necessarily higher, but are we going to get more, hands raised to come work for us? And then, so I would just want to see, can we see salary ranges for other cities so we don't just have to believe one candidate that said, I can get 165, and can we see comparable job descriptions? And then my second question is, because I think you make a good point. Do we take the job up in role and responsibility and scale that would be, commensurate with a salary increase? But did we think about reducing the scope of the job and taking, say, wastewater out of the equation, just throwing an idea out there, and just limiting their responsibility? Wastewater seems to be running fine. It is a big project on the horizon. We're going to ask a lot of that team. But maybe we revisit the whole description of the role. 2 ideas.
The thing that I would like to see is if we're going to raise this, and you say it's going to raise all the salaries, what's the total impact on that on an annual basis?
That was my question as well.
Yeah. What's it going to cost? I mean, it's not a bad idea, and like what I think I'm hearing is that we're on the low end. So if we raise the salary for this position to get a good quality person, and for water and wastewater and all those kind of, we need a good person, then what's it going to cost us? And we'll go back to see about how much budget we have and everything like that.
And can I ask one more question? Sorry. Because the mayor is triggering this.
It's my fault.
We just negotiated salary raises last year, and we put in place commitments to raise in next year and the year after that. So is this salary now reflective of those increases at the 144?
No.
Yeah. That's
At
not
the
enough.
at the current step, current range.
But everybody got it.
This is non-union?
Everybody got what we.
It's a manager.
So I agree with everything you say, and that's the discussion about getting a professional survey that's done, because it's really easy to pick and choose. You can, pick Santa Barbara, and you can pick Lompoc, and you can pick Pismo, and you can pick close by jurisdictions, but if you get the right firm, you get somebody that's familiar with the entire state. And again, not that you're comparing to everybody, but they look at comparable They look at population, they look at general fund, they look at and you know, comparable work responsibilities, job duties. And then we identify, okay, these are the ones, and the council will have some input in that. And yes, we compete with Santa Barbara and we compete with Vandenberg, but we also have, you know, so we say we're not going to do the average of those 6 or 10 communities. The council direction for the 75th percentile of that average or whatever. I mean, there's a way to work that and to load it into a reasonable comparable or comparison, so that those things are taken into consideration. Again, it's a compensation study. It's not a salary survey, because then you're only looking at money. You know, compensation includes a housing allowance and the retirement benefit and car allowances and those kinds of things. So, you know, the reality is, as was pointed out a minute ago, we're competing for all these folks. We've had this, we were recruiting for it on our own for 3 months, I think, before we hired the recruiter. And we got nothing but people from overseas that wanted us to help them get a visa, and they would come to work for us. Not to mention, and I'm not talking a credit card, I'm talking about a work visa. So the idea is that, you know, arguably they didn't even have the qualifications, but they were just, because they do that, right? They apply for everything hoping to catch something. And we were totally unsuccessful there. And then there was an extended recruitment with them, and they finally found somebody. And so like I said, we interviewed him, and I think he could do the work. And his references were certainly very praiseworthy of him. But like I said, it didn't make sense to me to come to you and say, I want to raise this, or get permission to hire this guy because of a higher salary, without at least attempting to go out for a recruitment to capture somebody else. I'm not suggesting at this point, or I'm not requesting at this point, that we raise all the other department heads' salary. That's, again, part of the reason for the compensation classification study, so that we can look at that and we can look at everybody. And maybe that's going to be the top one because it's a very highly sought after, and you have to have certain technical knowledge and certifications that other positions don't have, and that's one of the mitigating factors and why not everybody gets the same amount of money or the same pay range. But I think for starters, we need, and again, we've had this position. I like the idea of possibly making it less onerous. We've reached out to the incumbents of the 2 supervisory positions, and neither one of them are interested to step up. We can continue on in the way that we're going right now, but I don't have the technical expertise. I know enough to be dangerous about both water and wastewater. I've had responsibility at a high level like this for those departments. And, you know, as was discussed, we're getting ready to upgrade the wastewater treatment plant. There are regulatory issues that come along that I'm not totally up to speed with. And it's just an ongoing thing. So again, I'm hopeful that the council sees and agrees that we increase this position only at this point. Come back when we have a comp classification, and depending on the cost of that study, if it's more than my approval authority, then I would need to get council direction on that. But as that study is completed, we'll have a more complete picture on what the total budgetary impact is. But for now, we're only talking about this one position. And I think Chelsea had a comment.
I was just going to take a moment to say that we haven't done public comment yet. So I don't know if there's further staff questions or if you're about to go there.
We're going to go there right now. I think we have the staff questions out of the way. Do we have any public comment questions, comments? Good jokes? Sorry. All right, well, there's nobody online hardly left, so, and there's no hands raised. So we'll bring it back to the council. We've asked all the questions. Unless there's any last comments, go ahead.
Yeah, I find a lot of merit in what Councilman Elizabeth Rona says as it relates to splitting it. Let's hire 2 people instead of 1 and not have that bump, or something along those lines. Can we divide those duties in some way to get the benefits we want, even if one person might be part-time? Would that be of consideration? So it's time to get outside your comfort zone here a little bit and see where can we be the best stewards.
Okay.
I hadn't really thought about it too much, but if we're talking, again, this one individual who said he wanted the 165, you're talking about $80,000, $85,000 apiece for 2 people. And I mean, as far as dividing it, so, and you're not going to get anybody for that. I mean, I think our hourly supervisors with overtime and stuff make that more than that. So, you know, the reality is we're going to be in the same boat. But now we're looking for 2 people.
The 2 supervisors in water and wastewater actually said that with all their overtime, they would actually make, as they stand now where they are with the overtime, they make more than the salary for the utility director, and they don't have all the issues.
Wow. Okay, so at this point in time, then, bringing it back to the council, we need to have approval for you to go out and get this study done? Is that what I'm hearing?
So what I'm asking for is authorization to increase the salary range with the top step, say, of 175. And then however, it's like 5% breakdowns, and so I don't have the math in my head, but for purposes of discussion, approximately 155 to 175 would be the range. And concurrently, and continue to recruit for that, and then concurrently get direction to go ahead and solicit for comp and class studies so that we can make sure that we're equitable with our surrounding communities so that we're not having to go through this. I don't want to underpay for the position. I don't want to overpay for any of the positions. You know, again, I have an obligation to maintain the public trust and make sure we're getting what's being paid for. But again, I'm just picking on this time Wendy. If she decides she's had enough of this crazy place and moves on to something else, we're going to have to replace her, and we're going to be in the same situation when it's time, you know, at that time, or maybe in 5 or 10 years she decides to retire. We're going to be in a position where we're trying to replace somebody, and if our salaries aren't where they need to be, we're going to be in the same boat. And I would rather look at that and be fair, because it will keep people from looking at other opportunities.
Just a quick question, Randy. Would a compensation study involve housing, or would look at housing?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Everything.
Any form of compensation. Yeah, and again, we can look at,
I mean, again, not only like say a housing allowance, but how much does the employee earn versus how much do they expect to spend on housing? Because I think that,
Housing is a big limit to a lot of the people that won't apply because they can't afford to move here.
right. So then they have commute costs. So, and again, that's part of, I mean, I've driven literally 12 hours for a job in my past, for an interim job that I had. You know, I worked temporarily for Inyo County in an interim position. And it was 12 hours from if I had to go through Tehachapi, it's 12 hours. It was 8.5 or 9 hours if I went through Tahoe. But the point is, you make decisions about, and you factor in commute costs, cost of living. I can't afford to live there, but now when I got approaching my 40th birthday, I was driving an hour and a half one way to work, and I thought, my time is worth something. So when I factored that into my hourly wage, to my salary, my hourly wage was less than minimum wage, and so I took a job closer to home with less money, and that's how one of the reasons I ended up in the public sector. So those are all decisions that individuals have to make. But to answer your question specifically, we can put information in the RFP when we're soliciting this contractor to do the work for us, is to look at that and make recommendations, maybe on how much the housing allowance should be to help offset that.
I just think it's really timely for us to get that compensation study, total compensation.
Yeah.
And maybe even make the results, share them with the public, because there's going to be some good, I advocate for people to come work for the city because I think there's tons of benefits and it's a great place to work. But maybe we don't do a good enough job, promoting that. And the study will help us assess, are we, I just don't have enough information. I can't conclude that, we're not going to attract good skilled knowledge workers because our salaries are just not competitive. I can't conclude that without data. I think we need data. And it's timely, that's current, and that takes into consideration new economic factors like cost of living and what.
Public sector wages are all public record.
Yeah, right.
You don't need a study to go figure out how much somebody makes anywhere. This is ridiculous.
But the
Well,
utility director
then
here and the utility.
Who's going to go do the work? We
director
just need the data,
Utility director, just a job title alone is not enough to clearly state what the job responsibilities are and thus what that's worth.
A utility director in LA
Right.
has got a lot more work than a utility director.
And a lot more people that report to them, and, I understand the concern about needing more information. What I do know is we've been recruiting for this position for over 6 months now, and we've had one person apply that was qualified. And for the amount of money that he's willing to work for, I think as I wasn't comfortable suggesting that we pay him that without at least casting the net again. Right.
Okay, but if you do that, if you go out and advertise now at 155 to 175, when we haven't figured out what that's going to do to the rest of the managers, what's that going to do to all the rest of the salaries?
Well, the rest of the salaries would bump up to about the same range,
And what's that going to cost us
about $20,000 a person
per year?
per year. Round figures.
No, Randy, that's not the total cost, right? You need to give us an annual budget number, because we don't know how many people that affects. I guess we could do simple math. But it also affects the raises, and it affects the total benefits, their retirement too. How does it change our CalPERS burden?
And that's what I'm concerned about,
We
yeah.
need a assessment.
So that's
Well,
what,
I'm not suggesting we increase their salaries now. I'm suggesting we look at the one position and then get the comp class study and come back to that. It will increase.
Yeah, just do it and see what happens. We can be here till Tuesday talking about this.
Well, I think,
It's almost Tuesday now.
we can do it and see what happens, but I think we can all make a reasonable assumption that we're going to have to look at everybody's salaries.
Yeah, and deal with it at that time.
And of course, that involves, probably it's a good idea to have that study, and we're going to be looking at budget adjustments later. But yeah, I think we can expect what that is. And we have trouble recruiting all sorts of other positions too.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
we want to
my
be.
concern is if you go out and advertise the salary and someone comes in and you give it to them, then we automatically have to jump everybody else up, right?
No, and we don't have to. That's the point. But that's a likely consequence.
Okay.
And that's why it's in the staff report, and that's why I'm again, transparent about this. I think that is, some form of increase is inevitable, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is it $20,000? Again, if we do this comp and class study, and we find out that a city clerk job, her current salary is right in line with what the comparable jurisdictions are, then she's not going to get an increase. Okay? It doesn't guarantee, but I don't know. We haven't had a good comp and class study done for who knows how long. The one we tried to get done was woefully inadequate.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you need from us? Approval to go to the comp study?
Approval to do the comp class study, to put an RFP out to be doing the comp class study. Again, depending on what the proposals get, I may be coming back to you for approval for a contract.
Okay.
If it's more than $100,000. Again, I don't think it will be, but it could be. I think it depends on how much, because part of it's. how
Weren't
many
we obligated to
positions
do
are there.
that under the union negotiation? I thought we
No,
had to
it's
do
not-
that.
We're not
These are
obligated
non-union
to do
positions.
that.
Okay.
Until, they'll definitely be interested in the information, and they may come back and say they want to talk more, but that's, again, it doesn't, the commitment was made, I thought about just doing the salaried positions and excluding them, but the commitment was made to them in the previous negotiation that we would have a comp class study done, and it wasn't done. And that was one of the birds under the saddle for the folks that, the contract we currently have barely passed. It was like a 9-8 or 9-7 kind of a vote of the union represented folks. I made a commitment to Jeff that I would work on getting a comp class study done before this next contract expires. So if we're going to do it for the 5 or 6 management positions, it makes sense to do them
across the
all.
board.
And at that point, we're not obligated to do anything until that contract expires in another 2 years. But at least we'll have the information at that time.
Okay.
And just so you know, the overtime for the wastewater and water guys, we're actually down. We were down 2 people in water. We're currently down 1. I think in the last 6 months, I think we've advertised 5 different times. 2 of the applicants that we offered the position to, they came back and they accepted, but then their current employer offered them more money to stay. So they stayed. So knock on wood, this last position in water, we just offered probably a week and a half ago to a gentleman that lives in Buellton, and he's accepted. So we're going through the motions for that. And then with wastewater, they are down a person. Probably 2.5 years ago, we had an employee go out on a work injury, and we haven't been able to fill that position yet because his work comp case is not settled. So they're down an employee as well. Just so you know. Yeah, that's why there's more
much overtime,
overtime.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, in that case, we need a motion to approve your study.
To authorize us to have the salary increase for this one position, again.
Right?
And
Let's do
then
that.
also to do the comp class study.
Can I have such a motion?
Well, I don't know why we would authorize the salary increase without this. Why are we doing the study then? Let's do the
Because we're
study
not
and then.
catching
and
any
then-
fish with the salary that's currently offered.
We're operating with an empty position. I just don't feel the pressure.
We can continue to recruit. We're paying a consultant 8 or 10 hours a week. It's also a drain on my time. I think it's also contributing to overtime for the 2 supervisors. So in the end, we're paying for it one way or the other.
And also, let's face it, Matt Vanderlinden is not going to work forever.
Yeah,
Right.
unfortunately.
I'll make a motion to authorize Randy to offer the higher dollar amount and at this point, just see where it goes.
And the comp class study?
And common class study.
I'll second that. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go any further, we have passed the bewitching hour. We need a motion that we will continue this session this evening.
I'll make a motion that the Verbosity Club of Solvang needs to go past 9:30.
Can I have a second?
We make a motion, adjusted motion to just move some parts of the agenda to another meeting the parts that aren't time sensitive.
Like which
I
ones?
like that motion.
Like which ones?
Yeah, you guys need to give us some input, but maybe like item E, can that be delayed?
Which one, the grant funding?
No, the Route 246?
I would say item G is definitely time sensitive. Item F could be, should be, another 2 weeks. I mean, it's affecting our design, timeline, so I don't know that it's time sensitive in the truest sense. In other words, has to be done. Both of those items should be fairly quick. The 246 thing is really just more informational and to help get some guidance from council.
That's going to be a long discussion, Randy, if you get good guidance.
Sorry.
Item E, it'll be a long discussion. It's about traffic.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's only long, it's long if you have public comments.
So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I think there's two, actually.
I didn't hear a second motion from Ms. Arona. What?
Yeah, I made a second, and a adjusted motion
Oh, okay, I didn't hear his motion.
to remove items for tonight if they're not time sensitive. And we could delay them to 2 weeks from now.
So procedurally, if we're going to follow parliamentary rules, we would have to decide on the first motion and then move to Elizabeth Arona's motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just saying we have to go past 9:30. We're still here, so we got to go past 9:30.
So,
And then we could separately decide to continue items to another meeting. That would be
okay.
my recommendation.
So the first the motion is to go on beyond 9:30. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark.
No.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, now there was a second motion to postpone some of the events that we have left on the council's agenda to the next meeting. Do I have a second for that motion?
If we could be more specific on which items.
Yeah, which?
Yeah, and I that's a good question. I don't know which ones. What do you think?
He
Yeah.
said EF
Item-
and G are important, he said, city manager.
E, does that need to be tonight? E?
The grant funding?
Time sensitive in the truest sense?
Am I
No.
looking at the same agenda as everybody? Mine says E is 246.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
It is.
Is that time sensitive, Randy?
One more time?
Is Route 246 time sensitive?
Not
we-
in a truest sense, no. It's,
Okay.
a lot of it's informational. We're looking for some direction to where to focus the effort. We have to wait another couple of weeks. It's not the end of the world.
You've also got to look at your advance, if I may interrupt, you've also got to look at your advance calendar for what we're going to be piling on to whatever else you've got on the advance calendar.
That's true. What do we got next week?
There's
Next
nothing
period,
for
I mean.
January.
Okay, so E is not time sensitive.
It's not that bad. 12 February doesn't look like it has too many events on it, right?
That Chelsea O'Sullivan one's going to take a long time to talk about.
Yeah, it does not take too much time making this decision either. Looks like everything else we can power through real fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I also-
Roger.
After the 32 proclamations.
Okay, so
Sorry,
the
Roger.
motion includes pushing E off to next council meeting, right?
Yes.
F is the wastewater treatment plant design efforts, and if we've got people working on that, we need,
I think that one is time sensitive. I
we do
mean,
need to do that one, I think.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't take very
He's-
long.
He's the only one proposed. I
What
think
about
we
the
can
Los
get through
Olivos
the rest.
CSD?
And G is definitely. The other two,
Pickleball courts right now?
pickleball courts, no, and I probably not, but,
Okay, let's just do.
so just F and G, I would say are
Hey,
Time
watch your mouth.
There we go.
of the five, but we'll put the other ones on the front of the agenda the next time. Well, they haven't voted yet, Roger, don't go.
He didn't have to be here. We tortured the man for 3.5 hours.
I might point out, although it may not be time sensitive, we do have a representative from Los Olivos CSD that's
So we-
waiting patiently.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Actually, could we do that one first, so that gentleman is, or person?
We would need a motion.
Okay, so first which ones we postpone?
So somebody needs to amend my motion then, right? So we're,
E and H to the next meeting, and the other three we'll hear now.
yes.
I'll second that.
E&H, got it.
I didn't make the motion, but.
She did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So E and H, we're moving.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Do we need a vote on that?
Yes, that's what I heard.
To make sure I had the numbers right. Okay.
That's all right. I
So,
forgot you were
for the
here until I
vote,
saw you back there.
Motion by Elizabeth Rona, seconded by Mayor Infante, to continue item 6E and
6H.
6H
Right.
to the next city council meeting. Vote would be Councilmember Clark,
Yes?
Councilmember Claudia Rona,
No.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
I bet you Keith
Okay.
is watching right now.
So that's going to bring us to the last couple of items, but because we have this gentleman waiting from the Los Olivos CSD, that's.
Bye, Jenny. Sorry, you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Can we move, I would like to suggest that we move, do I have to make a motion on it?
Yeah.
That we move item I to the next discussion point before we get to the other ones?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay,
So I is the new F.
yeah.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes?
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so let's, would you introduce us to that, Ms. Clerk, please?
Discussion and possible action to direct staff to investigate Los Olivos CSD request to connect to Solvang's WWTP for treatment of their wastewater.
Staff report, please.
So, yeah, staff, we recently received a request from Los Olivos Community Services District to rekindle the discussion for them to connect to our wastewater treatment plant, the plan, but it's supposed to be plant, in order to treat their sewage. Initial discussions with Corollo have determined that the treatment plant has plenty of capacity for their effluent. Additional analyses are needed to determine if the constituents in their wastewater will create any complications for our compliance with the recently received and approved waste discharge requirements. Staff understands there may be some level of public concern with the probable alignment of the connection to our wastewater lines, as it may be perceived as encouraging development in that area. However, that can be mitigated by limiting the amount of wastewater they would be allowed to produce. Another consideration is that there are potential for the council to be aware of is that to the extent they are allowed to connect, that they would be a participant in the costs associated with our wastewater treatment plant upgrade. And again, that amount specifically would need to be negotiated. But at this point, I'm looking for council's direction and approval, basically, to proceed any further before we spend a whole lot more time and obviously resources, specifically money, to do any of this. Wanted to make sure there was a political interest to move forward. And Guy Savage from the CSD is here to address any comments or any questions that the council may have.
Questions of the staff report?
Is there a planned pipeline area or impact? Where would that impact be?
It would connect up the Alamo-Pintado corridor, I believe, is kind of what the suggested option is. But again, that's not all been determined, and that's, again, necessary. Before we go too much further, is there the political interest to move forward? So anyway, Guy, you want to answer that?
this on?
Yeah.
Hi, Guy Savage with the Los Olivos Community Services District. Really briefly, yes, the thinking is that we would put a line down Alamo Pintado from Los Olivos to here, likely a pressurized line so that you wouldn't have to worry about other parcels as you're going down Alamo Pintado connecting in. It would just be to support the wastewater produced within the district's boundaries. So I think that answers your question at this point. I'm happy to answer others. I have a couple other comments I was hoping to make as well.
And the funding aspect of this is from where?
Los Olivos Community Services District would be doing our own funding. We'd be getting loans, doing whatever we needed to do to be able to connect. Let me be really clear. This is not a commitment on your part to ultimately sign a contract with us, just as we're not seeing this as a guarantee that should it be doable, that we'll do it, right? We are exploring our own wastewater treatment plant, but certainly the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board is saying, look at it first as a potential regional solution. A lot of our constituents within the community of Los Olivos say, hey, what would it cost us, right, to connect if you guys were open to it and it made sense technically for us to connect to Solvang? So that's really what we're trying to do here, explore what the costs and impacts of connecting to you might look like from our perspective and from yours, importantly, right? It's a two-way situation.
I guess two concerns really is that, first of all, we have surplus capacity, so I have no issue with that aspect of it. But I don't know if there's any differential or higher standards that we're going to need to meet because either maybe you have a different water or different salt levels. I don't know where that from a technical perspective, I don't want to be having a commitment to serve that and then not be able to meet certain standards that because they've been increased in some fashion. I don't know the answer to that.
For sure, if I may.
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor?
Please.
So we're in the process right now. In fact, a week from today, we'll be drilling 3 more monitoring wells to see what's in our shallow groundwater table. So we'll have 2 at the north end of the district, 2 in the middle of the district, and 1 at the bottom. And for us, water flows north to south, right? So within about 2 months, we'll have a really good sense of what's going on in the shallow groundwater table. We do know that nitrates are high in our area. That's what we know. That's why we're a special problems area, because of nitrates.
And again, this is not a commitment, as he pointed out. This is not a commitment to do anything. And what I'm looking for is direction and approval to do the investigation, to look at these numbers, to have our engineers, again, spending money, right? Because we're having people do the analysis. But I didn't want to go there if there wasn't political interest, will to do this.
Well, it seems like we should explore it. We already have an agreement like this with San Ynez, thank you. So, I mean, it's a model we know and understand, and I think we can do the technical assessment to Councilmember Brown's point. I think that's correct, a correct point, that we want to assess it. I'd be very open to it. Since we have the capacity, it makes sense to think regionally from our perspective, too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one public comment that will bring up Mr. Beebe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I forgot to thank you earlier for your service, especially for meetings like this. I sat on a GPAC for over 2 years to try to create the San Ynez Valley Community Plan, or General Plan. I sat through many contentious meetings. We burned through 2 3rd district supervisors during that process, and we produced a San Ynez Valley Community Plan, and explicitly barred any consideration of putting a sewage line between Los Olivos and Solvang because of the threat of development. I don't agree with Randy's kind of cavalier statement, oh, we can stop them from putting any more sewage in the line with some kind of an agreement. The worry is that you'll have a developmental strip between Los Olivos and Solvang. And as soon as you build it, the worry is they will come. So I just wanted to tell you that it's right that CSD wants to consider all the options. They're having a great deal of trouble putting in sewage plant in Los Olivos. They've been at it for a long time, huh, So I can see this as their option, but I caution you in your investigations to make sure that you understand what county policy is for that particular strip. Again, thank you.
You said San Ynez Valley plan, not county.
Yeah, San Ynez Valley, but it was county. I mean, it's county property. We didn't, the plan does not include the cities. So it is county.
Gotcha.
But the boundaries was the San Ynez Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beebe. Okay, so we've heard a couple of different ways of looking at this. Last comments before we make a motion?
I have no problem exploring anything, as long as it doesn't cost anything, anything much. And ultimately, if it benefits, it's stupid to even say, but if it benefits the city of Solvang and the residents of Solvang, then fine. I have no problem at all exploring that.
Any other comments? Okay, so at this point in time, all we are doing is saying, yeah, we think it's okay to look into it?
Just to say yes, do it.
You need a motion?
Do the investigation, yeah.
I'll make a motion to authorize the staff to investigate Los Olivos CSD's request to connect to Solvang's wastewater treatment plant.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown?
Yes.
Mayor Infante?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Let's
coming,
move-
guy.
Let's move on to 6F, I believe.
That's correct.
No, that was 6I.
Took it out of order.
Even though we
We're
take it out of
moving
order,
things
we
around.
keep the letter. Yeah, that helps. It keeps it,
Keep the agenda straight.
that would be my suggestion. It keeps it straighter.
Madam Clerk, if you'd introduce it to item 6F.
Discussion and possible action to provide direction to staff to refocus WWTP design efforts regarding the production of reclaimed water.
Staff report, please.
Oh, yeah, so basically, I mean, in a nutshell, Reader's Digest, the focus on the wastewater treatment plant upgrade has included reclaimed water for potential design. We're at a point in the process now where if we go too much further, we'll be invested and it will start costing money to undo the work and the design that's been done. I had Carrillo provide me an estimate of savings if we didn't do reclaimed water now, and it's about $4.8 million, almost right at a quarter of the current projected 17+ million for the treatment plant upgrade, including reclaimed water. So we deduct that roughly $5 million cost, it reduces the cost considerably. The reason why the reclaimed water was such a focus initially was that we were seeking a USDA grant that would have paid up to 40% of the cost of the project. That USDA grant is no longer available. The reclaimed water is not a requirement to proceed with the project. We did confirm that it is not necessary, that reclaimed water is not necessary to qualify for the loan. The thought is that the design would be done in such a way that at some point in the future, if reclaimed water became mandatory and/or, we would have a customer for the reclaimed water, it could be added with minimal effort and not have to undo anything that's done as part of the upgrade, but that basically stub it out, I guess, would be kind of a layman's way of expressing that. But the point is, we could save initially, right now, $5 million, round figures, of funding by not including it. And because the council had bought into the idea of doing the reclaimed water, I wanted your direction, if you're basically insistent or otherwise committed to doing the reclaimed water, even though we don't have customers currently, that we would continue down that path. But I didn't want to make that decision. It's a policy thing, so I'm looking for some direction.
Questions from the Council?
There was a issue, I think, if we were to have reclaimed water, there was an issue, if I understood it properly, that we had to utilize it in a certain way. There was requirements for, I think at the time, Alisal Ranch was going to use it for irrigation as reclaimed, but there's other issues.
Well, it's purely speculative at this point. We have no commitments from anybody. They're relaxing some of the rules. For the longest time, reclaimed water could not be used on any crop intended for human consumption. So thus, it was only used for corn for cows and pigs to eat, and alfalfa and those kinds of things. There was some thought that they could irrigate the golf course with it, but in conversation with people that know a lot more about golf course grass than I do, the sodium content in our effluent is too high, certainly for the greens. It potentially could be used on the fairways maybe, because there are obviously grasses that grow on the beach, so the salt's not an issue. But is it conducive to golfing and the type of turf they want on a golf course? Don't know the answer to that. Additionally, the folks at the golf course have water rights to the river, so they are not necessarily inclined. There's a lot of possibilities, but there's no clear, and there's certainly no commitments. I mean, one of the ideas I came up with recently, and I'm starting to investigate, is using reclaimed water for the rocket launches out at Vandenberg. How do we get the water there? Is it a whole other, Rubik's Cube to solve? But there are potential, and that's why I would say the design would include an ability to add it at a future date. Question is, do we want to continue down this path and do it now versus some point in the future where there are grants available? Probably. I envision a day when the state will require us to make the water potable or otherwise reclaim it. But at that point, there will be grants. They'll make a funding available to pay for smaller jurisdictions like us to do that.
Do you think a change in posture on the reclaimable water will have any issues with our new wells that we want to put in and the opponents of that?
Not immediately. I mean, the wells, Chelsea can speak to this more than I can, so I'll let her answer.
So the wastewater treatment plant upgrade has been brought up in the river wells proceeding, not very precisely or directly, but the reason why they've flagged it as something that matters is because they're concerned with our overall water budget. And that currently, under our current wastewater treatment plant, there's a certain amount of water that goes from the effluent that goes into a percolation pond that then percolates back into the underflow of the river. And if the water was going to be used for beneficial use, then it wouldn't be going to those percolation ponds. And so the same amount of water wouldn't be going back into the underflow of the river. Now, however, if you're talking about beneficially using it on alfalfa fields adjacent to the river, you're going to end up essentially with a similar situation. So I would say don't worry too much about that. In the proceedings, our witnesses testified at how that nothing was final on the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. And I think tonight is a good example of that we're still evaluating that. And, certainly at the point when we were during the hearing days when testimony was being offered, you all had given direction to proceed with that option, but it was made clear during testimony that, that could be revisited and it wasn't final. So I wouldn't, it's not going to directly impact it. It's just part of some arguments that have been thrown on the wall, I guess, is how I'll put it.
I don't want to give them ammunition, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I think doing the wastewater treatment plant without reclaimed water is closer to status quo than with it, is what I would say. So.
Yeah, I would think so.
So Randy, can I restate what I think we understand? What you're asking us to decide. Since the USDA grant is no longer an option for us. They've told us we've disqualified, correct? We can now revisit our original plan for the rebuild and relocation of the wastewater treatment plant. And when we do that, the adjustment is at a budget that's $4 million less than we had predicted.
Closer to 5, but yes.
Okay, 5. We'll take 5. So we're saving $5 million. That's crazy, actually, because I think wasn't that around the grant value? Okay. I'm going to set that aside.
Grant value is actually a little higher than that, but yeah.
Okay. So we were chasing a grant, which meant we had to redesign the plan, and now we're going back to, or we could, you're asking us to go back to our original plan and a budget that's, saves about $5 million. I mean, I don't know why we would, and we had the problem, we were creating a problem that we couldn't come up with plans to deal with the reclaimed water under the USDA version
Yeah,
of
that $5 million
this.
does not come anywhere close to even addressing, okay, how do we store?
What were we going to do with all the
How do we
water?
move it around? I mean, there's all those questions that
So
was not
I
included.
guess I'm trying to figure out why this is a complicated decision. It feels like
It
an
shouldn't
obvious
be, but
one.
again, as a policy decision that I wasn't
Not
comfortable making.
complicated, it's just straightforward.
Okay, so let's make a motion just to,
Well, we have to ask for public
Yep.
opinion.
Thank you.
See that? I even got there before the finger went up. Anybody want to make a public comment on this? No, huh? Okay, then, moving back to the council. What we need is a motion that says that we would like to take the recycled water out of the redesign of the wastewater treatment
Or
plant.
at least not require it. I mean, again, I think that's where the council direction before included a clear direction to include reclaimed water, because again, it was a requirement of the USDA grant.
Okay.
Now that it's no longer required, I'd like some language from the council that says we don't have to do that.
Right.
Or at least they understand that we may not do it.
I would make the motion that the wastewater plant reclamation water is just optional.
There you go. That'll work.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're done.
No.
Oh, are we not?
One more.
G.
We have one more?
Speed it up and then we're done.
6G.
What's on G? I forget.
Oh, excellent.
Sorry.
Grant funding.
Oh, I thought we were going to wait on that one. Okay, we're not going to wait.
No, that
All
was
right,
one
grant-
time sensitive.
Grant funding it is. Yeah, Madam Clerk, if you'd introduce us to this subject, please.
Discussion and possible action to approve revised grant funding policy.
Staff report.
Okay. So the grant funding policy stated that it went through February 1st to March 31st of 2023. And so what I'm proposing is to take out the year, so we don't have to bring back the grant funding policy to council every year.
Good.
And with that, we had to add the campaign contribution disclosure language to the policy. And because you guys set policy, it has to be approved by council. And then, as well as removing the year from the procedures. And then reformatting the recent most 990s, including the 3 most current years of financials. You can see the red lines in the policies and the procedures that's in the packet. And then also I wanted to add, and it's not red line for some reason, but this year doing the grant funding for the full year, one of the biggest issues with all the grants was asking for the insurance certificates with the hold harmless and the waiver of subrogation.
Wow.
The city received a lot of pushback for that. The insurance certificates was actually in the in the application process last year, but in 2022, nobody was here really to oversee and request that information. So they didn't quite understand why we were asking that, and because we are giving them money, JPI recommended that we have the waiver of subrogation and the endorsement of the hold harmless. So I wanted that language in there to be specifically clear because of all the issues that we had with that. So that ends my staff report. Do you have any questions?
So does that mean we need the policies in advance of making a grant to them?
The
Because-
policy, yeah, the policy just gives the guidelines for the grant application process. But
They'll still need those insurance policies.
yes, I just wanted it.
So
I
that
just-
hasn't changed really.
I just added that,
Okay.
the hold harmless and the waiver of subrogation, those are new insurance requirements.
Okay.
But because we've gotten so much pushback from all the applicants of why do we have to submit that? We don't want to do that. It could cost us more money. I wanted to spell that language out in the procedures so they know ahead of time that they have to supply that.
Okay.
Got it.
If they can't do that, they don't need the money, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Pretty simple, but
Well, pretty
if we don't have it in the rules, then they could say, well, you didn't tell me I had
Yeah.
to do that.
Any other questions?
I only have one. I would love to see a comparison of other cities to their general budget, what grants, and I'm not asking you to do this. It's something that I could look up myself, but what other cities compare to their general fund, what they give out in grants, because I'm very much against giving grants to nonprofits. I've always said it's not the taxpayer's responsibility to pay for others' goods deeds. And there are certain things that are specific to Solvang that are very important for Solvang's heritage and draw, like the Elverhoy, et cetera. But I think that's for the last 10 years, Solvang's gotten really too generous with grant funding. So that's my sense.
And one of the things you guys can add to the policy too is that you could put a cap on the amount of money that you're willing to give out. That is one of the suggestions.
As a
That's up to you.
percentage of the fund, or just a dollar amount?
A dollar amount.
Dollar
But
amount,
if- but if
total
you-
amount.
But if you
Total
put a
dollar.
dollar amount, it would be like you said, every couple of years, you're probably going to have to up that again.
Yes, and two,
So
you
just
don't-
leave it.
You're not required to give out the money.
Newsflash.
But you do it as, a benefit. So you could always cap it, and then if there's money, and we don't have to give out the money if the money's not there. So let's just say, next year TOT crashes and sales tax crashes and there's no money, then you don't have to give out the grants. It's not, it's not a have to do.
Well, if there was a cap, we probably wouldn't have been able to do the
I
senior
agree.
facility.
There's going to be
No.
extenuating, so
There's
I
been a
wouldn't
couple
advocate for a
occasions.
cap. We can make those decisions,
I
really,
think so, too.
year over year, given our,
Well, we would
Financial
set a
status.
budget amount for each year as to what's available.
Yeah.
And the grant, through the policy, that will accept applications through the 31st, and those applications will be put into the budget process. And then for the first budget hearing, the applicants will come and present their cause and their request, and then it will be up to you guys to totally, approve all of them. And then we'll have the finance committee again for the budgeting process.
But also, I know we've done things towards this, but to let everybody know what the city of Solvang's grant funding process is, to keep because it's not fun saying no to 32 applicants that stop in here and tell you how great their cause is. Of course, they're all great causes. But it's like to even lay out a criteria before that, to let groups know that this is where we're at. I'm sorry, we don't have money for this or whatever. I'm trying to think of stupid anecdotes, but I can't. But anyway, How do we approach that?
You let them apply, and then during the budgeting process, through the discussions with the Finance Committee, we'll determine, is there money in the budget?
Before it comes to the council?
Yes, before
Okay,
it comes
all
to
right.
the council.
All right, thank you.
Well, and if I could jump in here, that's also the purpose of this policy. I mean, we're establishing the ground rules. If you're unwilling to pay the incremental difference in your liability insurance to do the waiver of subrogation and the hold harmless language and name us additionally insured or whatever that all language is, if you're unwilling to spend that incremental amount, they get $5,000 or $10,000, then they're not going to apply because they know what the ground rules are up front.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's the purpose of the policy, and as we're running into these obstacles, that's why we're coming back to you with these changes, and this will probably continue to be revised for a few years until we get it, as perfect as it can
Because
be.
it got out of control.
Yeah,
It did for a while.
yeah.
But, I mean, David and I went through the grant funding, and we came up with a couple of ideas, and I think that worked out okay.
I think that worked great.
So,
Your work,
the fact that you've got
Subcommittee.
everything laid out in here, so it's very specific as to what they have to be able to produce in order to request a grant from us, I think we're good,
yeah.
in my opinion.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve and, sorry.
Comment.
We just got to go through the motions. I know no
All
one's
right.
here, but.
There's no public.
We're so close, and it's,
I'm online.
Yeah, but you don't count, you're not public.
How about that? For the record, there is no public in attendance.
Go ahead, please.
it's okay now?
Elizabeth.
Okay. Shoot, that cost us a minute. Okay, I forgot what I was going to say. I'll make a motion to approve the revised changes to the Human Services Grant Funding Policy.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And those two items that we did not consider tonight will lead off the next discussion, Section 6, at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are officially adjourned.